So I think we are ready to start. Thank you very much for being here on time. Thank you very much for coming to this place. So we welcome you to the conference UA-EU Strategic Partnership in the Pharmaceutical Sector, which is organized by the Ministry of Health of Ukraine, Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine, and with support of Ukrainian pharmaceutical business, international organizations, and the public sector. The strategic focus of our international conference is strengthened by the European Commission, which is represented here by three institutions, which is DG Santé, the ERA Department Health Emergency Preparedness and Response Authority, and the European Medical Agency. So, in fact, today it's not just a conference, it's a real platform for communication of Ukrainians, Europeans. It's a platform for dialogue between European manufacturers, regulators, and EU institutions. So thank you very much for being here. The conference, as I told you before, will be held in 2 languages. As you have your headphones, so check 2 channels. Channel 1 is for Ukrainian language, channel 2 is for English language, so you can change your channel respondently depending on the language that you are hearing. European Commission is looking for ways to overcome the threat of shortages of critical medicine, and it's building strategies for formation of strategic stocks of medicines and construction of medical countermeasures, and also is working on legislative changes to achieve strategic autonomy in the production of medicines. And you know that Ukraine also has the answers to these difficult challenges that our sphere is facing. So after all, pharmaceutical sector of Ukraine is ready to become a reliable strategic partner for EU countries and contribute to development of strategic autonomy on the European continent. So why this is possible, what the benefits are, this is what we are going to discuss today. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Lithuanian people, the Republic of Lithuania, the city of Vilnius for welcoming us here. You know, as we're going through the script of the conference last night, I'm a person who is moderating a lot of events back in Ukraine. I saw something was missing, and this is announcement what to do in case of air alert. And we're very grateful that in Vilnius we didn't have to care about air alerts, that we feel safe here and very welcomed. And for me, it's a very special place because this is the country that hosted so many Ukrainian refugees and provided so much assistance to Ukraine, including my very close friend who escaped occupation and is staying here in Vilnius. And tonight I'm going to see her for the first time in 4 years. So thank you very much, Lithuanians. Thank you very much, Vilnius. And for the opening remarks, I would like to welcome our very honored guest, Deputy Minister of Ministry of Health of the Republic of Lithuania, Daniel Naumovas.
Good morning, friends. Dzień dobry, kochani. Dobrego ranku, друзі. I don't know if they're German friends, but guten Morgen then. Welcome to Vilnius, to Lithuania. It's my honor to open this conference. You know, when I'm Vice Minister responsible for the medicines, and I'm extremely happy to do that because I do believe that it's medicines are answer to many questions, and it's like also innovation. And I'm extremely happy that here today we are speaking together with our brothers and sisters from Poland, from Ukraine. I do believe that in our region, like Baltic countries, our Polish brothers and Ukrainian sisters and brothers are similar philosophically, similar ethically, and will always stay together and keep working together in all disciplines, together also in innovations and medicines. And today we gather to speak mostly about medicines, and we are looking forward for Ukraine to become a EU member. Of course, for that you need to standardize to our standards, and we want to help you to do that, because we do believe that as fast as possible you have to become a part of European Union. And yes, today we are speaking about medicines, about twinning project. I'm extremely happy that our country also won this project and will help you. And it's not only that Poland, Lithuania, and Germany will help you, but also we will learn from you, because it's always like a partnership. It's not like only we are teachers and you are the students who are learning. We do have to learn a lot. And when we are speaking about Europe, we are always mentioning innovations and next level stuff, but in times of pandemic, of wars, sometimes we are going back to basics, back to generics, and we do think that in Ukraine you have pretty many companies who can produce medicines which are needed for hard times. And that's what we need to learn from you. For a country like Lithuania, we don't have that many companies who produce medicines. We do believe that we are a biotechnology company, but mostly we are producing some proteins, enzymes, and other biotechnology stuff, but not medicines themselves. So as long as I am Vice Minister of Lithuania, I would like to also invite you to check our ecosystem. Maybe some of your companies would like to work also here to check our ecosystem, because right now our priority as Health Ministry, as Economy and Innovation Ministry, we have a lot of incentives to you to maybe choose Lithuania as your partner and as a soil to open your company. And I will just mention a few of them, if you invest in Lithuanian biotechnology, like medicines or something like that, there is at least 35% of cashback of your investment you're getting back. If it's in Vilnius region, in capital region, if in other regions, it can be 45% and up of cashback if you are investing in our country in biotechnology. Also, there is a triple tax deduction on R&D. So if you're doing R&D, then you can pay less taxes. And also there is a tax exemption for some biotechnology companies. Again, there are some rules. And I do believe that we have pretty two amazing institutions, which is Invest Lithuania and Innovation Agency. And if somebody of you would like to think about Lithuania, then I could share the contacts and we could speak even more about that. And we as a health ministry, we are ready to help also together with our medicines agency, with the Vilja Marcinke, probably most of you know already. We are looking forward and we will help definitely to collaborate on different levels, on opening company, on sharing all the experiences from the basics to the speaking about GMP, cell therapies, gene therapies. I do believe that we in Lithuania are pretty good in gene therapy and cell therapy because of the CRISPR-Cas system, if some of you have heard about it, because Professor Shikshnis was one of the developers, and also cell therapies in Lithuania we are already developed and using CAR T cell therapy. So I believe that there is many options to talk about and to collaborate. And 2 weeks ago, I had another conference between Lithuanian and Polish pharmaceutical companies, which is similar to today, and we discussed almost the same stuff. Because again, as I mentioned, I do believe that we are philosophically, ethically the same, and we not just can, but we must collaborate. And our, at least Polish and Ukrainian, more similar languages, but still we have similar words in all our languages. So I wish this conference to be productive. Maybe not, it's the first one, but maybe not the last one. And after the twinning project, I do believe that we can create something routinely, meeting in Ukraine, in Poland, in Germany, to discuss about our future of medicines, innovations, and back to basics. So I wish you a productive discussion, a nice conference. Please try our local foods, drinks, and look at our Christmas tree, and have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, Vilnius, for many Ukrainians, has always been a place of hope. Back in 2013, we hoped our runaway president would sign an association to join the European Union. 2 years ago, we hoped to get this NATO invitation membership in Vilnius. So hopefully in pharmaceutical sector, Vilnius will be our birthplace for some breakthrough. So thank you very much for being with us, and we expect you to be here with our first panelist. So now I would like to welcome the representative of the Ukrainian embassy with the welcoming remarks, Владислав Зозуля. Пане Зозуля. Дякуємо, що ви з нами.
Good morning, everyone. Unfortunately, Ambassador was unable to attend this event, but I will read her opening remarks on her behalf. Yeah. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to welcome you today at the event UAE-EU Strategic Partnership in the Pharmaceutical Sector. I'm grateful to the organizers for creating this platform for meaningful dialogue at the time when strategic partnership in healthcare are more important than ever. Ukraine and Lithuania have already built a strong record of active and fruitful cooperation between our medical institutions. Over the past years, we have seen numerous bilateral visits of the government officials, doctors, researchers, and representatives of hospitals and rehabilitation centers from both countries. These exchanges have helped our specialists learn from one another, share clinical experience, develop joint approaches to treatment, and build professional links that continue well beyond the visit themselves. This collaboration is a vivid example of how solidarity turns into practical benefits for patients. Despite all challenges caused by Russia's full-scale aggression, Ukraine remains committed to contributing expertise, research, and innovative solutions to our partners. Our medical professionals have gained unique experience in the field of rehabilitation, psychological support, and treatment of complex injuries. We stand ready to continue sharing this knowledge. Today's discussion on the future on pharmaceutical cooperation between Ukraine and the European Union opens new opportunities. Strengthening regulatory alignment, investing in innovation, and expanding industrial partnership will bring us closer to resilient, competitive, and patient-oriented healthcare ecosystem. Ukraine is ready to work hand in hand with its EU partners to realize this vision. Let me conclude by thanking all participants for your dedication, advancing health cooperation between Ukraine, Lithuania, and the European Union. I wish you productive discussions, new ideas, and successful outcomes that will benefit our societies. Thank you.
Дуже дякуємо. Thank you very much. And now we're ready to move on to our first panel discussion, which is a dialogue UAE-EU, the political dimension. I would like to invite our participants, and we'll have a very hopefully fruitful and interesting discussion. So be ready to also maybe put questions if you have any. And the following participants of the first panel are Mikhailo Radutsky, Chair of the Верховна Rada Committee on National Health, Medical Care and Health Insurance. So please take your seat. Aude Hirondelle, European Commission, DG Santé. Thank you very much. Daniela Naumovas, the Deputy Minister of Health of Lithuania, is returning to this podium. And Marina Slobodnichenko, Deputy Minister of Health of Ukraine for European Integration. Does everybody have a mic? You can take your microphone. And we also have another participant who is actually joining us by a video message, and we would like to start our panel discussion with Adam Yarubas, Chair of the Committee on Public Health from the European Parliament. So please watch his address.
Dear colleagues, I would like to warmly thank the organizers of this conference and Mr. Radutsky in particular for the invitation. Unfortunately, due to important commitments in the European Parliament in Brussels, I couldn't join you today. Allow me to send you this short message with confirmation of a strong support of Sant Committee and me personally for Ukraine, its citizens and their European aspirations. This includes also the support for the cooperation in the field of public health and strategic dialogue between the European Union and Ukraine in the pharmaceutical sector. As you know, European Parliament and the Council are currently negotiating the final shape of the future regulatory framework of the EU as pharmaceuticals market. Tomorrow we will try to conclude the work on the pharmaceutical package soon. Sound Committee will vote its report on Critical Medicines Act. We also expect that before the end of the year, the European Commission will present its proposal for Biotech Act. Ukraine is an important partner of the European Union. Today, Ukraine is struggling the horror of Russia's unprovoked and unjustified military aggression. However, I strongly believe that in the near future, it will be able to enjoy the peace and its path to European Union, the membership of the European Union. In April, together with the delegation of the Sound Committee, I was in Kiev. We had the opportunity to learn about the ongoing reforms of the regulatory and institutional framework for pharmaceutical sector. We were impressed how strong is the pharmaceutical industry in Ukraine and how committed is Ukraine to align with the European Union's rules and standards. I'm fully convinced that integration of Ukrainian manufacturers into the European pharmaceutical sector will bring benefits to all EU member states, including Ukraine. Dear colleagues, the conference is an important step to pave the way for preparation of Ukraine and its pharmaceutical sector for the future accession to the European Union. I wish you a fruitful discussion and all the best for Ukraine.
We thank Mr. Yarubas for his address, and so we're ready to start. The name of our panel is UAU. European Union enlargement is a driving factor for implementation of the pharma package, the European Biotech Act and the Critical Medicine Act, because we're talking about the EU enlargement is not only about borders, but also about cooperation, how the European Union, together with its members, is going to solve the problem, for example, the shortage of critical medicine. Because there are so many reasons why EU faces this challenge in the recent years, and the survey showed that more than 50% of registered shortages are caused by production problems, including shortages of active substances. So the global competition for resources and concentration of these resources in few countries also added to this problem, which was very highlighted by the COVID pandemic and geopolitical tensions. And we also saw the weakness of EU supply chain and the risk of using such dependencies in the future, or even nowadays as weapons. So our interest is how the package of changes designed to address this problem, like the Critical Medicine Act, can solve this problem. So we start with our first speaker. Odd, I would like to address you. So how this Critical Medicine Act is going to address this problem of shortage of critical medicine.
Thank you. And good morning, everyone. So I'm very happy to be here this morning representing DG Sante and the European Commission and to take part in this EU-UA dialogue and about the strategic partnership in the pharmaceutical sector. So I will address two issues actually in my presentation. As you mentioned, the importance of the Critical Medicines Act, but I will also touch upon in the first part of my presentation very briefly on the pharmaceutical legislation revision, which is soon to be adopted, we hope. So I couldn't avoid to mention this as well. And as you have mentioned, of course, the focus is on the availability and shortages of medicines and perspectives for cooperation, because I do believe that this unique opportunity is really to have a dialogue, but also to create opportunities, for this strategic partnership. So, as you know, the pharmaceutical legislation revision is ongoing, as I said, and it's really the purpose is to create a single market for medicines and ensure timely and equitable access to safe, effective, and affordable medicines. And the CMA, so the Critical Medicines Act, is really a proposal to strengthen the Union's resilience and to ensure secure and to the diversification of the supply of medicines and active substances. And they work, actually, they go, in my view, hands in hands. And together, these initiatives from a coherent and together can reinforce, the framework for medicines and the security of medicines in the EU. So this is the first part of my presentation about the pharmaceutical review. I will be quite quick because I want really to focus on the CMA, as you have mentioned, asked. So just to remind you that the revision, which is ongoing and soon to be adopted, we hope, is really about 6 political objectives, as you can see on this slide. I will not go into the detail, but as you can see on these 6 boxes, the first objective is really about access to medicinal products, the availability, affordability, to ensure a competitive regulatory framework, also to make sure that we have environmental sustainability, and also with the whole section on antimicrobial resistance. So here is really the outline of the 2 proposals. If I wanted to discuss, in detail these full proposals, I would spend the whole day. So it's just to set out the scene and to really show you all the issues addressed by these proposals. And I have highlighted in yellow, the part which concerns most the discussion today, which is the chapter 10, the security of supply of all medicines. So this is what I want to discuss in more detail now. So, I don't know why it doesn't show here the detail, but okay, I will just explain. So basically, this chapter 10 of the proposed regulation is quite important because really, as you have mentioned, we have a big challenge of shortages in the EU. It's a growing concern, for all the EU countries, and it can have multiple root causes. And one of the solutions proposed by this chapter 10 of the regulation is really to work on the monitoring and management of shortages and critical shortages, and also to ensure the security of supply of critical medicines. You cannot see, I don't know why, but you cannot see within all these boxes, but it's okay, I will explain. So basically, just to outline the main proposals about this, set out in this chapter 10 of the regulation. One of the important change that will be brought, it's really the earlier and harmonized notification, the obligation for MAH, so marketing authorization holders, to notify potential shortages in advance, so 6 months in advance. And then this would allow member states and the European Medicines Agency, which is also represented, I understand, here today, to take timely initiative and actions to mitigate these shortages when necessary. And for example, to see how we can increase production. One of the other elements I wanted to highlight is really the obligation to have shortage prevention plans for all medicines, which is an obligation for companies to identify the risks in their supply chain and to take the necessary measures. One of the other elements I wanted to mention is really about this section 2 now, the security of supply, and it's the fact that we will have a union list of critical medicines. And it's really, we lay down the foundation, for the CMA, the Critical Medicines Act. So this is also important and to keep in mind. So this is what I wanted to highlight about, the main elements of Chapter 10. Of course, there are other details that I will not have the time to list today, but it's really, the idea was to propose a set of measures, and it's part of the comprehensive approach and really complements the CMA, the Critical Medicines Act, which address, the problem more from an industrial angle. And I will now start to speak about the Critical Medicines Act. So on this slide, it's really to show you the framework and the comprehensive approach, which I mentioned earlier. So you can see on the right the mentioning of the Critical Medicines Act, and you can see in the other boxes the other important legislation or proposal that we have on the table, which really complement, each other. So it's really, if we speak about the Critical Medicines Act, we have really to take into account the fact that we have also, this regulation, which have, increased the European Medicine Agency role in crisis preparedness. We have the pharma legislation, which I mentioned earlier. And really the CMA is really to take a preventive approach, and there are 4 main pillars, which are listed, and it's really about the investment in the EU, about manufacturing capacity to ensure the supply chain diversification and resilience, and really leveraging aggregating demand. And I will now go in more detail about these proposals. Just to keep in mind, the CMA, it's a proposal which is currently under negotiations within the Parliament, European Parliament and European Council, which we call the co-legislators. So the Commission proposed, and it has to be adopted by the Parliament and the Council, but it's currently ongoing. So what are the main objectives and scope of the CMA? You can see on this slide that, it's really about strengthening the security of supply and the availability of critical medicines. When we speak about critical medicines, it's really, there is a link, to an article, which is Article 131 of the proposed regulation, about setting up a union list, which has to be adopted by the Commission. And there was already a list, I think you all know there is already a list which was already published and which is currently updated. But it's really, this is really the focus of this CMA, to focus on these critical medicines. The other objective is really to improve availability and accessibility of other medicines where there is a market failure. And so usually we refer to medicines which are mostly orphans medicines or novel antimicrobials. And so this is what we call, in the CMA, it's mentioned that they are defined as medicines for which market failure is at least in 3 member states. So these are the 4 pillars I was mentioning before. So if you see on the top of the slide, it's really the 2 objectives and the focus I mentioned earlier in my previous slide. And you see the 4 pillars. It's about strategic projects, so how to facilitate investments in manufacturing in the EU. The second one is about public procurement, to incentivize the public chain diversification and resilience. The third one is really about collaborative procurement, and the 4th one about strategic partnerships, which we also call, international cooperation. And I will focus on 1 to 4, sorry, because I think it's more relevant for the audience today. So when we speak about strategic project, it's for those who want to look at the Commission proposal, it's the chapter 3 and of the Commission proposal, and it really aims at creating favorable conditions for investment in the EU through regulation and support of strategic projects. So what are these strategic projects? It's really that projects that create, increase and modernize EU manufacturing capacity of critical medicines and their active substances. I would like to mention that, it's a proposal which is not adopted yet. This is, one of the proposals included in CMA, and it's really most for EU countries. So this is for the countries which are already part of the European Union. And so when you have a strategic project, which I have just defined, there would be some benefits, proposed by the regulation. So there would be benefits in terms of administrative procedures, so fast tracking. There would be regulatory and scientific support, but most important as well, there would be financial support, for this project. And there will be also at the member states level, it's mostly state aid, and the Commission, will publish, a guidance, has published actually guidance, when we adopted the CMA proposal, to help and assist member states. So basically, it's really about the obligation to prioritize EU supply, and if this is the case, then there will be a financial support. So this is really about the strategic projects, and as I said before, it's for EU countries. So now this is the second pillar, of the CMA. It's really about public procurement. It's in chapter 4 of the Commission proposal, and this is, I think, mostly important for you. It's this. If you want to read one article of the CMA, it's really Article 18, and it's quite a change, because if it's adopted, it creates an obligation. That's why I have put mandatory use of other requirements than price, for critical medicines. And really the purpose is to encourage better resilience of supply chain and diversified supply. So this obligation, would be for procurers to favor the EU production for specific critical medicines with high dependencies. We could be on a single or limited number of suppliers in other parts of the world. So this is what you have to remember. It's really about an obligation, to use other requirements than price. Under public procurement, there is also a possibility. So it's not an obligation; it's a possibility, where it's justified to favor the EU production for other medicines of common interest. What I have also mentioned on this slide is that member states then have the obligation to develop national programs covering procurement practices and possibly pricing and reimbursement measures. So basically to include also these requirements in PNR policies. And to help all this work, the Commission will issue procurement practices to support, the implementation of these measures. But I have highlighted this chapter and this public procurement to invite you to reflect on the resilience of the manufacturing and supply, and really to keep in mind that it's going to become an obligation. So really, to keep in mind this important criteria now that's going to change, because also for candidate countries, when you will have acceded to the European Union, but also I think you can already join and participate to this public procurement. So this is what I wanted to stress. And the last slide I have, so I hope I'm not taking too much time, but it's really also something that I wanted to put on my slide and interpretation to invite you to think and explore possibilities, because this is about the strategic partnerships which you have highlighted. It's really about international cooperation, and here the Commission really is exploring possibilities to establish strategic partnerships aiming at diversifying, the supply chains. And for this, it will build on existing cooperation forms. But really, it's what I wanted to stress is about the first bullet, these strategic partnerships. It's really to aim, to try to achieve the goal of the CMA, and really to have the diversification of the supply chain of critical medicinal products and active ingredients. And for this, here I would like also to invite you to really think about these partnerships, and what will also for us in the Commission is very important. It's really to know about the manufacturing capacities in your countries, and to look for opportunities, because otherwise it's very difficult for us to see how we could cooperate. And of course the proposal is on the table under negotiation, so it's the outline of the current proposal, but we don't know exactly how they will take place. But it's really, I think, an opportunity that can be developed in the future, and that we have to keep in mind. So this is what I wanted to share, and thank you
very
for your
much.
cooperation.
As you mentioned, it's a draft that the outline, and you mentioned this strategical projects and the criteria that the EU is setting for enterprises to be recognized strategical projects for critical medicines. So, and most businesses that can contribute to this are present in this hall. And this. So, what's your final message to them?
Yeah, that's a good message. No, my final message is really to really engage in sharing with the Commission the manufacturing capacities, and to see, explore opportunities to build this partnership. And we will liaise, of course, when the Commission proposal will be adopted, but I think it's going to be in the coming months. Then it's going to be, not a proposal anymore, and we can move ahead. So basically reach out to us and really explore and try to identify the manufacturing capacities. For us, it's going to be very essential.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck with the voting and adoption. So we'll be looking forward to this news.
Mr. Mikhailo, the floor is yours. So, we have heard a lot. We have heard a lot from the previous speaker about the expectation, what the sector expects regarding the stockpiling of critical medicines, and how the borders of the EU expand, not only so we can travel visa-free around the European Union, it's also about becoming a part of a larger ecosystem. So how can Ukraine, given its current experience, how can it become actively engaged in what it does, both legislatively and as a country that hosts many manufacturers, and what can we look to achieve in this partnership? Thank you. So the first thing I would like to do is thank the European Commission and the European Union for the fact that even though Ukraine is not yet a full member of the European family, we've already been collaborating in a sphere of activities. For instance, this year, the European Commission and the European Parliament must vote on the Critical Medicines Act, and along with the Ministry of Health, along with our colleagues from the DG Sant, along with the European Parliament, we have been able to add amendments to the Act, and we hope these amendments will be supported. We have been able to add amendments to the Act. We are excited for the vote. We want to thank our DG Sant colleagues from Greece and Slovenia who worked on drafting these amendments with us. Again, Ukraine is not yet a member of the EU, but we hope that this will happen soon, maybe not this year, maybe in 2 years. However, it is, I believe, inevitable. And I'm hoping that Ukraine will, but the thing is that Ukraine can take part in the Critical Medicine Act today. Why is this essential for both the EU and Ukraine? At the battlefield, Ukraine is showing that it's doing everything it can to strengthen the EU and the CMA, and having Ukraine take part in the CMA will allow the EU to also be healthy and a union that has high-quality medicine. Ukrainian pharma is 125 factories, and in 2024 they were manufacturing 3.5 billion. There was 3.5 billion euros of manufactured goods in 2024. The potential is enormous. 37 of the critical medicines identified by the EU can already be produced in Ukraine, and Ukraine is ready to supply the EU with these 37 medicines during emergencies. At the same time, we have a tremendous potential to expand this number even further. I don't want to say sadly, but sadly, Ukraine is a country of generics. because most things that Ukraine produces are generics, and this is important for us, and I'm sure will be important for the European Union to be independent. And as the COVID pandemic showed, it's essential for European manufacturers to be independent from Asian API manufacturers. And this is what we are. This is a challenge that we need to overcome today. And in case of a military or, God forbid, a military or a political crisis, or in case of a pandemic, we can once again find ourselves at a loss without raw materials. Ukraine does produce APIs, but nowhere near sufficient to cover the demands of the EU. We also believe the EU can ramp up its production facilities, and we want Ukraine to become a hub for the manufacturing of APIs that can also be exported to Asia. What has Ukraine done so far to attract investments into API manufacturing, both from within Ukraine and from the EU? In the relatively safe areas of Ukraine, we have a so-called tech zone, a technological park that is currently under construction, and we're currently developing it. And what makes it valuable is that this park has a modern chemical sewage system. And maybe I'm not using the right word to describe this, but in a nutshell, we have treatment facilities built in accordance with the latest standards, and this is something we have in Ukraine, and we are happy to welcome both European manufacturers that want to relocate to our new tech hub, and we would also be very happy to see Europeans, along with us, invest in the construction of new plants and facilities at this production zone to produce APIs independently from Asian countries. Second, our government, and I want to express my thanks to the government, we have developed a program whereby the country will help ensure military-related risks for companies. Everyone watches the news. In the past few months, warehouses with medicine have been targeted. This is yet another act of genocide by the Russian Federation. One distributor was targeted one of the biggest distributors was targeted 3 times in a row. Last week, another distributor was hit, and this is a colossal loss for the country. Medicine saves people's lives. And understanding and taking it into, unfortunately, the enemy shells Ukraine indiscriminately, and we don't understand what strategic military sites the aggressor saw in warehouses holding medicines that save people's lives. I don't know, but I guess that's for their conscience to answer. So today, I'm happy to say that there is a distributor whose facilities have been hit. They have received an insurance policy against military shelling. This was joint collaboration between the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian parliament, and we understand that this is a pioneering case whereby in the future we will be able to provide insurance for manufacturers to ensure their production facilities from fighting. The war is war. The enemy shells Ukraine indiscriminately. The enemy shells civilian sites, and we will also find an insurance policy for our new tech hub, for an insurance policy that, in collaboration with Ukrainian government, will insure manufacturers. The state can provide a so-called investor nanny, which is a comprehensive support and creating API and building API production facilities in this zone. In 2027, thanks to our joint collaboration with the Ministry of Health, with the European Commission, and with our colleagues from DG SANT, as of January 1st, the single state controlling body law takes effect. And this is crucial for us because without a rigid regulation policy, Ukrainian manufacturers who grow will never get access to European consumers. And we're hoping that Madam Marina, who is present here, promises us that this will be finalized quickly. We see how much has been made for the state controlling body. Ukraine also recognizes GMP certificates published by European countries, and right now our dialogue about mutual recognition of Ukrainian GMPs and GDPs with the EU has not been successful, but again, it is a question of time. I am sure that we will find the help we need. I am delighted that the twinning project is already in effect, and I want to especially thank our friends from Lithuania, Poland, and Germany for this project. It is essential for us because it's not about regulation alone. It's also about legislation and the drafting of new laws and the drafting of new government decrees and the adoption of government measures. This once again brings European pharma closer to European standards. Ukraine is paying a very high price for the right to be a member of the European family, and we believe that Ukrainian pharma can also be a member of this family, and we will do everything we can as the state, as the parliament, as the office of the President of Ukraine to join the EU, and we see successful cases of post-Soviet countries, Lithuania, Estonia. We see Poland's accession, and we see the fruits of this accession to the EU. And I think that Ukraine has no right to lag behind. I would once again like to thank you. We are open to dialogue, and I can't speak for other pillars and other areas of activity, but regarding the pharma and healthcare, I think both the Ministry of Health team and the Parliament of Ukraine and the Office of the President of Ukraine is working tirelessly. We work in harmony. We have almost constant consensus. Only caveat is the MOH is upset that we ask them for a 3-month drafting period, and even though they're upset, they meet these rigid deadlines. So thank you, MOH. And we're searching if there's anything we can provide you, if there's anything we need to do to accelerate this project. Both the Ukrainian government and the Parliament of Ukraine are ready for this. Thank you very much. This is very important for us. Thank you, Mikhailo. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions. What did people talk about at breakfast today? And you started talking about insuring and war-related risks. So the project you're talking about, it's this year. It's happening this year. You mentioned the drone strikes of Ukrainian manufacturers. Did anyone cover their losses? Did they get insurance and support from the government? Or, first of all, Ukraine never forbid manufacturers from insuring themselves. The problem was that there were no insurance companies that were ready to cover these war-related risks. That was the issue. Now, the government has started taking part in a process to have insurance agencies. We're talking about a British insurance agency that has, for the first time, issued a war-related risk insurance. Let's talk Israel. Israel is constantly under shelling, and there the government has also taken part in insuring El Al airplanes and insuring the airplanes of all the airlines that fly in and out of Tel Aviv Ben Gurion Airport. This is a difficult and painstaking process, but this is year 4 of our war. And as far as I know, it took Israel 15 years of war to engage the state in taking part and in aiding insurance companies. This is a lot of money insurance companies are risking, and I'm sure that if we've already got one pioneering case, the rest will follow. Thank you for making this happen, and this gives business hopes. This gives us hope that Ukrainian business, the European business, will invest in Ukraine. They will invest in our economy. How ready is Ukraine to take part in joint procurement with the European Union? So typically we're jealous of the EU when they talk about their achievement, but here I can proudly say that we're already taking part in joint public procurement. Ukraine is also taking part in the Nordic and Baltic country procurement procedure in addition to the EU joint procurement procedure. And we, as Ukraine, can be extremely grateful for being allowed to take part in these EU procurements. It is essential for us. Our budget is limited. When the EU procures more medicine, this reduces the price of medicine. And that's important for us. Ukraine also has a state procurement agency, and the state procurement agency is the only company in Ukraine and one of very few in the EU, in Europe, and this company is 100% certified. It's considered 100% transparent. According to the EU, it is the only state procurement agency declared 100% corruption-free. Ukraine procures medication and equipment, and I want to say that certain manufacturers of large-scale companies that produce medical equipment come to me and they tell me how annoying the Ukrainian State Procurement Agency is, how much they drive down prices from manufacturers, and this causes a ripple effect among other state procurement agencies that have also started demanding lower prices. Ukraine is setting the tone for low procurement, for low prices when with large-scale procurement this was the case with linear accelerators, and the price we got was half as low as the lowest EU price. Here we are happy to share our experience, and the Ukrainian State Medical Procurement Agency will happily help with large-scale procurement in the EU. We are open, we know how this works, and we know how the Ukrainian State Procurement Medical Agency can help the European Commission and help the Nordic Baltic Initiative.
Дякуємо дуже. Дякуємо, пане Михайло. Пане Деніеле, Наум, we switch to you, the Deputy Minister of Ministry of Health of Lithuania, who is responsible for all the modernization, digitalization at your ministry, but you also have a very impressive background, bioengineer and nanobiotechnologist, and to this background I would add full comprehension of Ukrainian language, because you didn't use any headphones. Where does it come from?
I understand Polish and Russian and Ukrainian also, so I cannot speak that well in Ukrainian, but I understand everything. So
okay. I know Lithuanians have always been very supportive of Ukraine and have always been straightforward. So we expect a very honest answer to the question whether you view Ukrainian pharmaceutical sector as an ally in the European Union or as a competitor.
Oh, of course, an ally, please. Like in every sector, I do believe. Like, what is the strength of European Union? That we are like brothers. We are collaborating on everything, and soon we will even more collaborate also with you. I was extremely happy when I heard about that in Critical Medicines Act we already invited you, and that you have already added some notes and comments to this Critical Medicines Act, which already shows that we are already collaborating on a pretty good level. Sorry. Historically, you know, our problem in European Union with medicines, we do know that we have a problem right now with the supply, and because we over-relied on India and China on the generics level on the east, and on the innovative level on the west, over Atlantic. So, and we you know, in Europe we are protecting environment, protecting people, and And that's amazing, and that's how it should be, and that's how it should stay. But because of that, some of the production left the Europe. And historically, it could have went not to the China or India, but to Ukraine, for example. And that's something that Critical Medicines Act is planning to change right now. And when we are saying right now that it should not be in China or India, but we should not say that it should be only in Ukraine because it's cheaper. Because once you'll be in EU, we should not speak about the price. It's not the most important factor. You know, if it's small price right now, but we don't have access to it, why do we need it, right? And we saw that during times of pandemic, when even like, of course, we could not get some medicines from the East, but even some European countries did not share the medicines. That's what, again, we as Europeans want to change. So we do believe that more production in European Union is an answer to that. And as long as you already have that production, I'm not sure, probably not everything according to the EU standards, but in some time, of course, some companies already are, some will come to that. And this will be an answer to us also, because the more production there is, the more competitiveness there is, which is good for us as a patients, as people, because we can get a high quality, according to the high environmental standards, human basic standards, like the people working in those companies are like getting good salaries and good vacation and everything according to European Union, and that's how it should be. So this collaboration and healthy competitiveness between European countries is good, and that's how it should be. So definitely an ally, and we hope that it will be official as soon as possible.
When you say healthy competition, where does it come from? You know, everybody is now having this case of competition in agriculture in Europe. I mean, Ukrainian agriculture, if you know what I mean. But so what is the basis of this fair competition that you're talking about?
I mean, right now, we don't have some of the active pharmaceutical ingredients overall produced in Europe. So there is no competition at some point, right? But when I say that, I mean that sometimes we do know that, I'm sorry to say that, but pharma companies are the most rich companies. Usually, that's how it comes, right? But that's okay, because they are doing something for people. But if there is no competitiveness, if there is monopoly, it's not good for the economy, it's not good for the people. That's why this healthy environment is needed, definitely. And but still, there are so many options to be unique and have this monopoly, because we don't have those active pharmaceutical ingredients produced or any other components. I know that Ukrainians producing some packages. It's still a part of drug of medicine, packaging, producing, and all other stuff. So there is definitely collaboration on different levels with healthy competition, and some monopoly still there.
Дуже дякуємо. Пані Марина, тепер переходимо до вас. Марина Слободніченка, заступниця міністра охорони здоров'я з питань євроінтеграції. Ну і ваша посада, або назва вашої посади свідчить сама за себе.
It says that you are the right person who is in charge for keeping Ukrainian pharmacy and healthcare to European standards. And we also think that we are on the final line. Could you please tell us that if Ukraine can become a pharmaceutical hub of the European Union? Thank you so much. Thank you for the... I think we are already a pharmaceutical hub of the European Union. At least I want to believe in it, but we can make it European Union stronger and become a very good and strong partner. But it's a very difficult job, and really it is not one step is needed. We have to take a lot of steps. A little example, a story. 2 years ago, I came to Ministry of Health. I'm working for 3 years in the ministry, and The first thing I wanted to do is something really fast. Yes, to enter European Union, I wanted to start with the most difficult tasks, and we take a decision to go to Brussels with our team, and I was said, don't do it very fast, make it slowly. We will go to at the best period at the beginning of September. It's very bad because Euro Commission has just started its work. Only after August they will go back to their work. It's a very bad period. No, we'll go there. So our team, a team from pharmaceutical sector, as it is really one of it is the most difficult sector for integration in the EU. And we took the people that wanted to change strategic view. The first meeting with Sandra Glina, DJ Sante, she told us, she gave us a piece of advice. You are building trust to your country, to your regulatory policy and your pharmaceutical enterprises. And we started doing that. We started building trust, making and building regulatory policy and institution, the agency to become a reliable partner in regulatory and for the manufacturers, European manufacturers, for mutual cooperation. Another meeting was also very important. It was with the European Medical Agency. Today, Narimantas is here. Thank you so much. Thank you, EMA, for supporting us. There was a planned meeting. Imre Cook met us. We were so much impressed how the system of European Medical Agency was organized, how the mechanisms are working. We wanted to take them as an example and to have such a productive organization. So we decided that our agency will take European Medical Agency as an example and other European countries. So we invited Imre Cook to take part in our advisory board that provides the vision of the agency, the medical agency in Ukraine. Imre Cook also is involved, and right now, in cooperation with Lithuania, Poland, and Germany, we are creating the agency. And Mikhailo Borisovich, it will work in 2028. And the third meeting was not planned. It was not planned at all. It was the meeting with HERA. We didn't know about this institution, and what do they do? Our ambassador said that just meet, maybe it will be some kind of important to you, and we didn't get prepared to that. It was a spontaneous talk, but HERA representatives told us then a very important thing. After the questions about our markets, what sector are you? We are saying pharmaceutical. We were talking over WhatsApp, how many plants did we have that time? And we started our dialogue. Are you included in European Pharmacopoeia? Do they have European certificates? And after that, HERA representative said that if Ukraine would say that Ukraine is ready to production raw materials and APIs, European Union will applaud. And these three meetings changed our country strategy completely. We understood that we should enhance economic front line, not thinking just about our country. We understood that it's the need of the whole European continent. We understood that Ukraine can be helpful for the European Union. And then our policy was formed based on European Union needs. We want today to provide autonomy of the European Union. We can do that. That's why sometimes 3 meetings and 1 spontaneous make strategic framework of the state. And now we are together with the European Commission. We have some time left, so I wanted to ask one more question. When you have meetings, official or unofficial, spontaneous, boards frequently asked questions or stereotypes, questions you get from your partners. First of all, we ask why Ukraine. I like this question because I have a lot to be proud of. Why Ukraine? We have about 150 plus certificated enterprises with GMPs, 15 universities. We have pharmaceutical enterprises that do unique programs from 7th grade. Pupils are having classes at these plants, physics, mathematics, and one more. So, we are forming future specialists in pharmaceutical sector. We have a great combination today. It's like political business, readiness, and the desire of the EU to make autonomy in pharmaceutics and raw materials production. And these 3 components are perhaps just a perfect pill that can be useful for the EU. That's why the question is one of the most important is why Ukraine, and also another one, what should be done? I think that here's the questions for 2 sides, not just to Ukraine, also to the EU Commission, because there should be mutual actions, homework from Ukraine for legislation, adherence. And thank you to Mr. Mikhailo, because Euro-integration and Medicines Act was and actually he changed the history, because this law had to be voted 3 years after the war. But Parliament changed this date, and it's January 1st, 2027. And it's the first step Ukraine is making, and we are also waiting for some steps and advices from the European Commission, and we should have the roadmap and advices how to move to the mutual space, pharmaceutical space, how our companies can be a part of a chain of European chains of supply chains. And also we will be talking about this stuff all the day, and the next panel is about business. The next one is how we create regulatory body, and we also will talk about education, and which also an inevitable part of the chain. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks to all the participants of the panel one. You did great job. Thank you so much. Let's applause, guys.
Пані Марина вже почала анонсувати другу панель. Власне, we are going to our second panel discussion, which is Ukraine's pharmaceutical industry as a factor of EU security. And I invite its moderator, Yevgen Kunda, CEO Proxima Research International, and he will introduce all the participants, and we will be moderating the second panel discussion. So, Yevgen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Marichka, for setting up the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our second session. The topic is Ukraine's pharmaceutical industry as a factor of European Union security. And to discuss this, I am welcoming the group of leaders of Ukrainian industry, covering full spectrum, starting with AFI production to the biotechnologies and finished drugs. So please join me in welcoming. I'm inviting our panelists. So Mykola Fedько, General Director of Pharmhim. Anatoly Reder, CEO of Interhim. Konstantin Vashchenko, Governmental Relationship Director of Darnica. Evgenia Poddubna, Director of Corporate Communications at Pharmac. And Lyubov Vishnevska, Chairman of the Board in DAR. Thank you all for being here, colleagues. I want to briefly set up the context of our discussion with the data which brought us here. So please, can you switch on the first slide? Colleagues, you know, when we are usually when we think of Ukraine, we think of resilience. But please look carefully on this slide. I suggest today we start thinking about the different word, the scale. Okay, so we are not talking only about the local production. We are talking about major ecosystem, exporting to 50 countries and having 10 leading manufacturers represented on the global stage. Okay, so as you can see, Ukrainian production facilities today is located also in Spain, in Italy, in Lithuania. Yes, so we are already embedded in European map. Okay, and talking about the map, can we have the second slide, please? Yeah, colleagues, and talking about the map, if you look on this map, you can see that this is not about, you know, like centralized pocket of production. It's a real nationwide network of facilities. Okay, so can you click again, please? In fact, we are talking about the market income of 4 billion euro annually, and one more time, and about 1 billion packs consumption. Okay, still, colleagues, we must be close to the ground, yeah, and consider the realities and the situation in the country. So that's why my first question goes to AFI sector, yeah, and to Mr. Fedьko. Your company is focused on the scaling up AFI production, which is really crucial for European Union security, strategic autonomy. Yeah, still full-scale war is ongoing stage in the country, in Ukraine. Yeah, what key risk you see for the production of critical medicines and AFIs? Yeah, and what is the Ukraine doing to ensure a reliable supply for European partners? I hope that during your presentation you will be able to address these questions because it's quite important. Mr. Fedько?
I'm going to be talking about active APIs, active pharmaceutical ingredients, and the chance to getting ready-made medicine. API manufacturing is a complex, multi-step process with lots of participants that requires lots of technological operations, and we have many different sources to get the raw material. Mostly it comes from products of chemical organic synthesis. So first we get intermediates, and then we synthesize APIs. I am representing Pharmhim. We are the largest API manufacturer in Ukraine, and our project is we carry out a multi-stage chemical synthesis. Our production is vertically integrated. It is comprised of 2 manufacturing facilities that create specialized chemical products and intermediates, and Pharmahim, the third enterprise, creates APIs exclusively. Our production facilities, up to 300 tons a year of API, 490 tons of in-bulk FDF, in terms of solutions, and 150 tons of intermediates per year. That's our design capacity. We have 24 production sites, 8 clean room sites, 120 multifunctional chemical synthesis reactors with capacities ranging from 0.05 to 4,000 liters. We also have ion rectification columns of both plate and nozzle types, as well as ion exchange columns and columns for absorption, as well as other kinds of chemical and pharmaceutical equipment. Our products are used to manufacture 150 finished dosage forms of 8 therapeutic groups. We export to 12 countries around the world, including European countries, and we supply 43 buyers with our APIs. The manufacturing is completely certified in accordance with GMP and ISO. We also have microbiological laboratories and quality control laboratories, as well as a technological R&D laboratory. And in accordance with the requirements of the Environmental Agency, we also have an environmental lab. So, what are our competitive advantages? We are able to produce our own intermediates. This minimizes dependence on third-party suppliers and allows us to ensure quality control. We are close to the client, which we are transparent. Our product is high quality. So today, APIs can be registered in the State Export Agency, which again includes another level of quality control. We have had a successful case of quickly reacting to a dramatic rupture of the supply chain. Since the beginning of the Russian aggression, both Ukrainian and many foreign producers have stopped working with Russian APIs, and we quickly replaced them with Ukrainian manufactured APIs, 12 substances allowing us to make 180 different brands of medication. Let's talk about our general problems and challenges. And again, I am not going to say anything that the previous speakers have not already said. Statistically speaking, 55% of APIs used in the EU come from Asian countries. When it comes to generic medicines, this number goes up to 90%. The CMA talks about the excessive dependence of the European pharmaceutical industry on Asian manufacturers. We believe that the situation on the global market will only deteriorate, and new factors will emerge, such as trade wars, sanctions, trade barriers, and we can even see potential bans on API export. In 2020, India banned the export of 26K key APIs. In 2022, China banned the export of APIs such as ibuprofen and paracetamol. Furthermore, there are sector-specific risks associated with the quality of the substances produced outside the EU. There was a Sortan crisis when a monopolist of APIs and intermediates in China. These problems led to a halt of manufacturing and the recall of FDFs, as well as shortages of Valsartan practically around the globe. China has also done away with mandatory GMP certification, which creates a difference and disparity in quality control between China and Europe. As a member of the Critical Medicines Alliance, we analyze the active ingredients that are included in the Critical Medicines Act.
Також з європейських баз даних отримали інформацію щодо самих виробників АФІ.
European databases have also told us a lot about the API manufacturers, and it turned out that 36% of API manufacturers are located in India, 18% in China, so 59% of manufacturers of chemical APIs included in the critical medicines list are Asian. 11.5% of API are produced exclusively in India and exclusively in China.
Загалом до переліку критичних лікарських засобів входять
228 critical medicines, chemicals, are part of the list. 95 of which are synthesized chemically and do not need any additional conditions such as narcotic substances or cytostatics. These kinds of molecules are not controlled and can be produced quicker, and the production of them can be started quicker than with others. Around 50 pharmaceutical ingredients in the critical medicine list can be produced in Ukraine, some of which our colleagues are already manufacturing. It's also possible to manufacture lots of intermediates in Ukraine. Ukraine has the necessary infrastructure, staff, and expertise to carry out this task. We want to thank the EU and the EU regulators for their interest and for their
Також
enthusiasm and collaboration
залежності від азійських постачальників
in order to reduce dependency
потрібна
on Asian
зацікавленість і
suppliers.
участь
It is essential to
безпосередньо
engage
виробників
the
готових
participation
лікарських
of
засобів з Європи,
manufacturers
які
of
будуть
final dosage forms.
закуповувати і
And these
використовувати
manufacturers
ці
should
АФІ або інтермедіати.
use our APIs and
І
our
ми
intermediaries.
сподіваємось, що
We're hoping
можливо буде за участю
that
регуляторів,
with the help of
виробників
regulators,
АФІ,
with the participation of API manufacturers and intermediates manufacturers and FDF manufacturers, as well as with the participation of potential European consumers, we could draft a specific roadmap that would allow Ukrainian manufacturers to become a reliable and transparent source of APIs for Europe, right by its doorstep. Thank you.
Пан Микола, якщо ви не проти, я б
If you don't mind,
запропонував, може, знаєте,
I
у
would
нас як
like
перша
to-
сесія почалась
so
таким
our
чином,
first
що
session-
ми більше говорили про
During our first session, we mostly talked about the challenges that Ukraine was facing. We talked about the assistance that Europe provides to Ukraine. But the business wants to talk about partnership. We want to talk
Я
partnership.
просто хочу спробувати задати цей темп, що ми
And I'm going to try to set
сьогодні
this
говорити про
framework for
партнерство,
today to
так?
say that we want to
І,
talk about
одначе,
constructive things
ми
such as
розуміємо, що
future collaboration.
в країні йде
And
війна.
I believe we know, everybody knows that this is
І
year
все ж
4
таки
of
ми
the ongoing
ми
full-scale
хочемо
invasion.
говорити про партнерство.
Despite all, we are
Тому,
here and we want to
може,
talk
якась така
partnership.
основна
So,
думка з вашого боку,
can
пан
you give
Микола,
us
чому
one key
європейські
message? Why
компанії
do European
можуть
companies,
вважати
why can European
Україну
companies
надійним партнером,
consider Ukraine
зважаючи на
a reliable
ситуацію?
partner despite or considering the
З
situation?
початку війни наше підприємство, інші
Since the
підприємства,
beginning of the war,
я вважаю,
our company
повністю змінили
and
підхід
other
до
companies
виробництва,
have
логістики, створення
dramatically
запасів.
changed their approach to
Ми
logistics,
повністю
manufacturing, and
стали
stockpiling.
незалежні
We have
по
become
енергетиці.
completely energy
На нас вже не
self-sufficient.
впливають відключення
We are unaffected by
зміни
blackouts
в графіках.
or by
Ми
scheduled
також
load
створили
shedding.
великі запаси, створюємо
We
постійно сировини
we also
і
keep
готової
stockpiling
продукції.
medicine and
Це погано впливає
FDF.
на
And as well as APIs, both APIs, this has a negative effect on our finances. However, this allows us to keep a set of FDFs that we can store for 2 years, and this allows us to ensure stability of supply. Part of the FDF are at the distributor facilities in Germany and in Poland, which allows us to quickly supply the medicine our partners need.
Здійснити або релокацію, або створення філіалу в інших
We are
регіонах,
planning to
по-іншому
create
регіону.
branches
Це
in
також
other Ukrainian
буде гарантувати
regions in order to guarantee our further stability. Thank you.
Дякую, дякую.
Thank you.
Пан Микола.
Thank you, Mikola.
Okay, colleagues, then we are moving to the second very important topic. So, Mr. Redder, let me ask you, you have a clear strategy about the strengthening the position of Ukraine as a raw material supplier. Still, there are always a question, even though we are can produce it securely, but the question about the prices and competitive prices is always on the table, because today Ukraine is not able to compete the prices with the price level with India and China. So I would ask you to try to address this question because it's definitely on the table during your speech, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I would like to try to answer your question first and then go
Sure.
to the presentation.
It will be great.
So first of all, we are talking, what we heard recently so far, the question of the price is not the main or the number one topic when you speak about the Critical Medicine Act. So that's first point. Second point, I would like to refer to the past time in Europe as well, when somehow the discounter airlines appeared on the market. And at those time, everyone seen the normal airlines prices, which was very high. Somebody seen the prices for local companies in the former Soviet Union or India or whatever, where the safety question was quite reasonable idea not to go there. And when discounter airlines appeared. So Ukraine in this matter, in this sector, in this share, is like a discounter somewhere in between the very high level of the price and the quality and the name, the brand, and the very low or probably not very reliable source from other side. That's number 2 point. And the last point, number 3, are you sure that Ukrainian prices are not competing the Chinese prices today? So if we look at the Chinese prices so far, I was quite surprised when we checked recently the position which we used quite long ago. We started use quite long ago, and when we realized that for the last 5 years the price raised more than 5 times, then we just decided that that's much easier to settle the production ourselves. Nevertheless, we have the possibility for that. So all 3 answers are quite reasonably giving a hope that this question wouldn't be a stop of any further steps towards Ukraine implementation in the European Critical Medicine Act support. Thank you. So I will start to introduce my company, our company. We named Interchem. So we were born for Academy of Sciences and born from science, and we have a strong R&D, GMP certified facilities. We started in 1992, nearly the same time as Ukraine, independent Ukraine started as a country. We have innovative in-house products which generate nearly or more than 50% of turnover, and our strategic focus is discovery, development and market support of novel molecules. We are one of 10 largest pharma producers in Ukraine, having 1.4% share of medicine market in Ukraine, 150 SKUs across 60 products. 4 original products. When I say original, that means really original. These molecules never been medicines before we started them. We are as well producing APIs and have 3 CNS projects. So once again, we are started from science. We've never been a pharmaceutical plant. We're a little bit different from mainly Ukrainian pharma sector. We've never been a pharmaceutical plant. We've been just a science. We started from the science and introduced new original molecules. For the quite a few years, are in the top 20 in Ukraine, which is quite a result for that. We have a full cycle capabilities. First of all, we're starting from API synthesis, and we have development for formulation and process. We are GMP certified manufacturer of APIs and finished dosage forms as well. Of course, we have full QC and QA cycle, 3 accredited laboratories. We are preparing dossier in-house, of course, and we have market access and commercialization in Ukraine. Yeah, once again, I would like to emphasize that this integration ensures speed, reliability, and scientific independence for the whole process. We have so our capacity. We have a capacity of up to 10 metric tons annually, with the current operational load of approximately 45%. For finished dosage forms, we are up to 1 billion tablets and about 100 million capsules. It's a mistake here. Currently operating about 60% of our capacity. GMP complex, more than 22,000 square meters high-tech production site supporting full cycle operation. And due to situation with the war, we've been in a totally different application. We decided once the war started that we need, so whatever they do, they want to steal our lives. If they can, they steal the full life. If they can't, they try to steal at least a day, a month, a year. And we decided we don't have this time, and we started a new project for injectable forms just after the war started. And we're nearly finishing this new investment, which will allow us to make more than 7 million nebulized injectable units a year. So innovation, that's what we are based on, and we have in the portfolio, we have now 4 molecules which are on the market. The 5th one in the process right now. That should be the painkiller for neuropathic pain, where we have already the patents for IPs for all over the world, including Europe, European Union, and USA, and which is now we are collecting the new dossier. So we started it in a collaboration with quite a few centers, as like the preclinical center in Cambridge or preclinical center France, United States. At the same time, in the parallel, we're doing the clinical phase 2 already in Ukraine. We have quite a solid R&D ecosystem, and we even call that Bureau of Molecules Design and Development. We somehow came to the position where we have a synthetic laboratory which are designing the new molecules for the approaches where seems interesting for us. At the same time, we have a screening, biological screening. We have a preclinical laboratory which are working mainly on the mice. Then we have R&D which are doing the finished dosage form and scaling the API necessity. And in fact, we have really the full cycle starting from the very science to the very market. So yes, of course, we have quite a few facilities, and if we're looking for what we can, so we're definitely the specialist in the benzodiazepines. So we are working in anxiolytics, antiviral APIs, and other critical small molecules. We rapidly deploy new API production through accelerated technology transfer, enabling fast market entry for the partners. What I mean, we do have R&D, which are doing quite a proper work, introducing the new molecules for the scaling up and for the production. And we are quite able to enlarge the list of what we're producing so far. Nevertheless, we have a specialization which make it even more important for the possible collaboration. And at the same time, I suppose I will speak about that a bit later. So our heavy part is analytical chemistry, where we have quite a solid and quite a good background, starting from the science, so which is supporting us in all the dossier preparation and the quality control on the process. So, of course, the quality system is in full compliance with all European Union rules. For now, if we are coming to the topic of this event, we have 6 APIs which correspond to critical medicines, European critical medicine list, which we are already to produce and supply. We have at the same time R&D and manufacturing capacity enables the very fast expansion into additional priority APIs. We have independent GMP certified production base, provides partners with a resilient and high quality supply source, and we of course have a possibility for contract API supply, contract manufacturing and technology transfer available for EU. So we can support Europe's resilience with ready-to-deploy capacity, science-driven reliability. At the same time, we have international connection that's shown here. I want to very quickly to come to the very end. So for the time being, we invested recently over 60 million euro to the new GMP infrastructure and ready to support additional investment. Nevertheless, we're doing investment ourselves as well, so we do have some money for improvement and way forward. Interchem is fully equipped technologically and regulatory-wise to meet the requirements of the European markets. So, once again, strong API independence and in-house synthesis, rapid expansion capability for priority molecules, proven scientific autonomy, high-quality regulatory dossier preparation, supply chain resilience supported by localized raw materials, and demonstrated operational reliability even under the wartime conditions. And that's some figures which we achieved so far even during the war, and they are quite clear, shows the resilience of our position. So once again, Interchem is stable, science-led manufacturing platform. And whatever I said before, I just should say that Interchem is not the only one who can be in the program for Critical Medicine Act. And at the same time, I would like just to remind everybody that once you are speaking about the critical medicines, so it's not only APIs, first of all, because quite a few European and even not only European producers making the finished forms as well outside the Europe, and quite a few producers making the contract production as well back to China or India. And when you're speaking to critical medicines, so that's not only APIs. Nevertheless, the API is probably the most interest for starting of the process. But once again, it's not only the question of the price, it's the question of resilience, reliability, quality, GMP compliance, quite a few questions where we can be quite efficient and quite supported. And by the very end of what I say, nevertheless, what would be after that, I would like to say very warm and very gratitude, thank you for all support you're doing to us. Believe it's very, very, very important to feel the shoulder by your shoulder, to feel somebody on the back of your efforts when you are trying to survive, to live, to go, to develop against the madness which is going on. I just like to say we want to live, and we want to live at home. That's only two wishes we do have. Thank you for supporting that. Thank you.
Thank you, Anatoly. Still, if you don't mind, I would try to challenge again our, let's say, the general topic, this madness you mentioned in the very end of your speech. So they say that this madness is a kind of unique disadvantage of Ukraine. Yeah, but just to summarize, maybe you can, say that there is a unique advantages of Ukraine which can convince our European partners to choose Ukrainian producers instead of others.
Yeah, I suppose we do have quite a few of these advantages. I wouldn't just list all of them, but first of all, very simple and very, nobody can overcome that. That's geography. We're very close. Second one, we're very much educated. So for education level of Ukraine, you do have a very reliable partner with a very high level of educated personnel in the production and in the industry itself. Third, but not the last one, from the point of, how to say, moral levels and understanding of the life, we're very much close, believe that. We understand that if you say that somebody will be obliged to do something in a critical situation for another country, that's exactly where you can apply to Ukraine and can be rest assured that that would happen, even if that's not the reason of the money. And that's just a few of the points, but not all we can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Anatoly. Thanks again. Okay, and I believe this is not a secret. This is the fact that in Ukraine there is a very large full-scale productions of the finished drugs. Yeah, and the Darnica is a very good example. So my next question to Mr. Vashchenko is regarding what specific partnership tools do you consider most effective to open European Union market further? So please, if you can address it within your speech, the stage is yours.
Thank you for the question. I will speak Ukrainian, maybe, in order to be more clear for audience.
Sure.
First of all, I would like to say that we all Ukrainian producers present here are competitors somehow, but when we are here, we are on one side and we are together with our state because we have mutual aim for our Ukrainian citizens to have required medicines. And since the beginning of war, we haven't stopped our production. We are trying to be ready for surprises from our enemy, from shelling, from bombing, and working under the stress. And when we are talking about cooperation with our state and Ministry of Health has initiated pharmaceutical companies to be critical enterprises, and it gave us the possibility to keep our personnel and to develop and to educate it and to provide it with the R&D and new medicines and innovations and moving forward. And I'll try to
інформація є, я буду
I'll
так
try
іноді її
to,
вмикати, але я хотів би більше
but
сфокусуватися
I would
на
like to
відповіді на питання, власне,
focus
чому Україна?
why
Це те, про що ми
Ukraine.
сьогодні всі намагаємося говорити. Ну,
Why
перше і
Ukraine?
головне, я вже про це згадав.
First and the main thing,
Мабуть,
as I mentioned,
ну, ми нікому цього не бажаємо, але так
we are not,
сталося, що ми маємо досвід роботи в стресових
wouldn't
умовах, критичних
anyone to
умовах.
have it, but we have
І жодна
experience in
компанія, слава Богу,
stressful
Але
position,
це дало нам
and
можливість
none of
по-іншому
European company have
подивитися і на
this
процеси виробництва,
experience, bad
і на
experience,
процеси
but it gave us the
забезпечення
possibility to
стабільності,
take a look
сталого розвитку
from the
компанії.
different
І
angle
це
how
те,
to
чим ми
develop
можемо
company,
поділитися з точки
and that's
зору,
how
як
that's the thing that we can share, how
робити
to do
все це для
properly
того, щоб бути готовими до будь-яких
to
ситуацій.
be ready to
І
any
так сталося,
situations.
що це сьогодні теж одна з
And
наших конкурентних переваг. Ми
it's
навчилися
also
не просто
one of
виживати, ми
our
навчилися тримати достатньо високий рівень.
competitive pluses,
Ми
and we
Дарниця те
have the
компанія,
high level.
яка
Darnica is the company
сконцентрована
that
на
is
виробництві
concentrated on production
високотехнологічних дженериків.
highly technological
І
generics,
маємо сертифікат
and we are
GMP,
GMP certificated, and we had a lot of inspections from, for example, from Poland that said that we can, that our production is according to European standards, and today Darnica is really proud to be the leader at the pharmaceutical market of Ukraine. We have more than 180 brands. We are focused in cardiology, pain management, neurology, hospital segment of drugs, the whole spectrum of high quality medicines that are known and that people got used to, Ukrainian citizens got used to when they come to the drugstores. We are different from our colleagues a little bit, but strategically we took our decision to be focused on the local markets, where our Ukrainian patient targeted. We have like about more than 25 countries in our portfolio, including European countries, and even Australia, Vietnam, Iraq, and other countries from different regions. Then next, our advantage of perhaps from the point of view of cooperation, I'd like to pay attention to security. We all must understand that pharmaceutical security is just the same as security and energy and military sectors, and no one can say that what we will have to do tomorrow, and we have to be ready. We have to be ready for that. Today we're talking about Ukraine and European Union not to be as outsourced partner for Ukraine, but we must have the mutual tasks, mutual aims. Darnica is already ready, having like three times more tablets. It can produce 3 times more tablets, times more pills,
розміщати, локалізувати європейське виробництво в Україні.
Have the capacity to situate European manufacturing in Ukraine. Darnica has always paid special attention to quality control. I've mentioned GMP before, and we regularly control the quality and have our quality controlled both by Ukrainian authorities and our European colleagues. Recently we were visited by our colleagues from Lithuania, and everyone can see firsthand that quality control is our number one priority. quality, and everything that we manufacture can be 100% vouched for, meets GMP standards. We track and trace our quality, and we do everything we can to guarantee quality to the highest standard. There are two laboratories in the heart of our enterprise. We have a microbiological factory with staff, high-quality staff. Many of our employees have received numerous awards. We treasure our human resources as well, and we keep investing in young pharmacists, in young specialists, and give them a place in our company so they can show what they are capable of. I would like to mention another advantage is that we are nearby. Can we talk price? Yes, but we are right by your doorstep. Our logistics are incredibly convenient. The war has taught us how to create and defend supply chains, how to build partnership with the countries where we export our medicine. Logistics is another one of our strong suits, alongside quality, GMP, and knowing how to work in very difficult and trying circumstances.
Хотів би сказати також, що важливою перевагою нашої компанії, та я переконаний, що не тільки нашої, про це сьогодні всі будуть говорити, що
our company and all Ukrainian manufacturers is that we provide comprehensive manufacturing, offer a full cycle of finished pharmaceutical production and supply. Our production potential is at your disposal. I would like to conclude by saying that we are motivated to become a part of Europe. We are motivated to join this unified European ecosystem. We aim to do everything we can to comply with European regulation requirements. We see the challenges that emerge on our path to European integration. And as the head of the committee said, Ukraine has achieved many successes. However, we are also aware that European integration is also a lot of challenges for us to overcome. The negotiation will not be simple. The discussion we will have to take part in will be about finding a balance between producing the national manufacturer in compliance with European standards and regulations. We are ready for these discussions. We have the necessary arguments, and we are convinced that sooner rather than later, Ukraine will become a part of Europe and will become a part of the European medicines network. Thank you. Mr. Vashington. Mr. Vashington, if I may, question. What kind of tools for partnerships can you, as a finished drugs manufacturer, develop with European partners, European partners?
Дякую. Ну, я хотів би почати з одного проєкту, який у нас, скажімо, перебуває в розвитку і де ми зацікавлені у співпраці. Ми попрацювали достатньо ефективно разом з Всесвітньою організацією охорони здоров'я над
tremendous collaboration with the WHO on mRNA vaccine manufacturing, and I would like to tell you a bit about this project. We invested about 50 million euros into this process, but we understand that unless procurements are guaranteed, unless certain amounts of vaccines are guaranteed, and this is only possible if we work in tandem with our European partners, Nothing else.
Але я
This
можу
is the only
стверджувати, що
thing we can
сьогодні
do.
ми
But
готові в достатньо стислий період при досягненні відповідних домовленостей запустити проект виробництва МРНК вакцин.
today we are ready to once again launch the production of mRNA vaccines. This is essential in ensuring the medical safety of Ukrainian and European citizens. We are also ready to use Darnica as a site for European manufacturers and to talk about contracting our facilities to sell medicines to Ukraine and neighboring countries. There are many things we can talk about. We are open to any and all forms of collaboration, especially when it comes to the production and supply of medicines. Thank you, Konstantin. Dear colleagues, we move on.
Let me please give the word to Evgenia Podubnaya. So, Ms. Podubnaya, Ms. Podubna, your company is a domestic leader, is also leader in export and innovations. So you have proven that operations can be sustained under the fire. So give us, please, your view on the unique offering for the UE partners.
Yep. Thank you for the question. And you see, we keep the language parity here, Ukrainian, then English, then so that you see that we can both. And yes, this is a very good question about the resilience, because I think Ukrainians are associated with resilience right now in the EU, maybe in the rest of the world as well. And this is good. This is the stereotype we want to build about ourselves. The resilience is a good word. And if we think about the possible reactions that might come after the full-scale invasion, these are generally three reactions against the extreme stress, right? Freeze, run, and fight. Ukraine chose to fight. Ukrainian pharmaceutical industry chose to fight. Pharmac chose to fight. And thank you, France, for being there with us, because we all know that it would not be possible without the EU and countries like yours by our side. And going back to resilience fundamentals, I would name, talking about my company now, I would name 5 key things, which I will later prove through the slides that I have here. So the first one is constant investments. Second is smart and competitive portfolio. Third is people and partnerships. It's super important. Then it's own R&D and vertical integration of production processes. And last but not least, it's our ambition to go global, because it means that Ukrainian market is small and it doesn't have that much purchasing capacity. And if you want to grow, you have to go global. Also, it is related to all the quality standards, and not only quality standards, because we know that the ecology standards are there in place if you want to export to the developed markets, etc., etc. So talking about my company, this is our CEO, young and ambitious as the whole Pharmac team, but our company has a century-long heritage. We have 3 production sites, one in Kyiv, in Podil. This is a very historic center of Ukraine. It was established back in 1925, and this is our major heritage. Then we have the separate production site for active pharmaceutical ingredients, which was founded later in 2000s. And now we are in the process of launching our production site in Spain. And in Spain, we will focus on the production of sterile injectables And this is our top priority, to be growing our business in this direction, because it is a lot about a good competitive niche for us. And as I said about the investments, annually our company reinvests up to 90% of the revenue. And this is one of the key success factors for our company to grow. Now we are exporting to 60 plus countries worldwide. These are 15 European countries, EU members, plus the UK. We are doing good there as well. And we keep investing heavily, even through the wartime. This is our input in our future victory. And in May 2022, when Russians were close to Kyiv, we launched a brand new production line for nebulas. And we were supposed to do that together with our international suppliers, but they were not able to come. So our specialists were doing this via Skype. And but we launched it because it was for medicines that were required in Ukraine, which were not produced in Ukraine. And we needed to make sure that any types of medicines are, we do not only depend on imports, but we also have something on our own, because in May 2022 we did not know, we could not anticipate what happens next. This is our annual production capacity of 2 production sites for ready dosage forms. These are Ukraine and Spain together. I will not be reading out from the slides, but you can see this is a lot. I think we are offering all the possible dosage forms available in the European market, and we are very diversified in this aspect. Our portfolio, as I said before, we are generic manufacturer, but we have a specific focus on complex quality generics, multi-composition generics, and also on the difficult to replicate generics. So we have 450 medicines and even more SKUs, but our focus would be, especially in the international area, would be to anesthesia, to MRI contrast agents. Those who knows that only few producers in the world exist for this contrasts. Intensive care medicines, hormones, antithrombotic drugs, and due to our enoxaparin, we actually entered the EU market during pandemics because there was a huge shortage almost in all the European countries, and we were one of few producers on enoxaparin, and even without the active marketing authorization, we managed to sell this drug, and everybody was happy with this quality, to a lot of EU member states. And we also offer our medicines across all the therapeutic groups, but the most prominent for us are endocrinology, gastroenterology, cardiology, ophthalmology, women health, and neurology, but not only those. And as for APIs, I mentioned that in the beginning that we have our own production site. Unfortunately, this production site is too close to the front line in the north. But we do believe that when the peace comes and the ceasefire happens, we will be able to grow, because it is located in the industrial zone, which also has a huge heritage of chemical and pharmaceutical background. That's why we have relevant experience, relevant people, relevant infrastructure and ecosystem around it, and we are ready to grow. Now we are producing around 30 INNs, full cycled, based on the APIs that we produce in Shostka Sumy region. And we have a good potential for fine organic chemistry synthesis. And all these words I will not be able to reproduce in English, all these chemical reactions that we offer in our laboratories is our experience. As has been said a lot by my colleagues who had a word before, we also focus on quality control. We have a lot of input, output laboratories, microbiological chromatological and chromatographic and analytical laboratories, all the full spectrum. We are tracking quality on every step of the production. We are certified to conduct almost 150 test methods in our state pharmacopoeia, which is aligned with the EU and US pharmacopoeia. We invest around 14 million euro annually into our R&D, and we launch around 20 new products on the market also annually. Our R&D complex includes API synthesis laboratory, biotech, chemical APIs, pilot scale units, and analytical and technological laboratories. Our R&D also includes people capable of delivering the R&D and launch of new APIs and ready dosage forms. And we think the full cycle production also gives a release and a relief for us that we are controlling the quality and the price throughout the life cycle of our medicine. Global presence, as I said, we have 60 export countries. We have 11 international offices in the EU, in Asia, and in Caucasus. And we are opening new countries each year. Now, these are only 25% of our products that go to exports, but we plan to increase it by 40, I think, in the coming years. So the key competitive advantages, just to sum up, we have a portfolio and it includes both critical medicines required, like basic medicines, essentials, as well as complex and hard to replicate generics, and also those medicines that are highly demanded both in hospital sector and in pharmacies in the EU and Ukraine and elsewhere in the world. We have experience in developing and manufacturing both ingredients, active pharmaceutical ingredients, and the finished products. We have EU GMP certification for each production line, every workshop that we have, and for all the laboratories that we have. So if you choose to cooperate with us, you make sure that it doesn't actually, there is no difference between the manufacturing sites you have in the EU and that we have in Kyiv. And we also have the equipment, only the newest one from the international suppliers, and this is the top machinery. And the last but not the least, you know, Ukraine enjoys its good geographical position, unless we have some neighbors in the east, but in east, north, everywhere, like everywhere. But I mean, should there be the ocean, we have a good link to Caucasus, to Asia and everything. And we have some really good positions and good distribution and good relations in the markets, which are Middle East markets, Central Asia markets, and Caucasus. So also, cooperation with us might provide more exports opportunities to the European countries to enlarge their business in that region. And what we offer is actually what my colleague voiced before, because we are pretty stable in what we offer. It might be joint research and development for both active pharmaceutical ingredients and full cycle production medicines. We might consider our sites, existing sites. We might consider joint construction of a new site in Western Ukraine, which our head of the parliamentary committee, Mr. Radutsky, told us about. This is an option. We could go into this cooperation and create something together. Then transfer of technologies, licensing, localization, both for experts, both for European markets and other markets, and it could be contract manufacturing. So, as my colleague said, we are also welcoming you to learn more about us and about Pharmac, not about us. I'm joking. And yes, we are ready for cooperation. We think it might be a good one, and the one to strengthen both Ukraine and European Union and the joint supply chains. Thank you.
Thank you, Evgenia. Colleagues, I believe this is just a great example how Ukraine is moving fast. But you know what?
And speaking fast.
Running fast. flying fast, yeah. But you know what? As far as Evgenia is a real fighter, I can allow myself to be a bad guy here. So still, let me ask you the question like that. Everyone knows that Pharmac was hit by the missiles. And how can we ensure our European partners, European companies, how can we convince that the situations like that will not impact the secure supply to Europe?
This is a good question. Also, we had lost not only our production side, for those production. Oh my God, the major warehouse. We also were hit by the parts of the missile in our main production site. We actually eliminated all the consequences quite fast, but still. And about the warehouse, it was the first months of full-scale war, and we lost the warehouse worth 50 million euro. And believe me, for our company, it's a lot. And it had not only ready products, it also had a lot of packaging and raw materials. So it was difficult to relaunch the production, etc. But we are still our #1 domestic manufacturer. We have never suspended or delayed any experts' dispatch, and I think this is just self-explanatory. But I understand that when you are not in Ukraine, not operating business as usual in the situation that we have, then you need some guarantees. And I think the best answer was given in the first panel by Mr. Radutsky. He said that Ukraine is ready to help, Ukrainian government is ready to, and parliament is ready to help with providing the military insurance or anti-military insurance. And also, as I know, some states are offering to protect the investments given by their companies. I recently went to Berlin, to Kyiv Investment Forum, and they were talking that Germany is actually safeguarding the investments of German companies against these military risks. So I think this is the best way to go. And the first part was self-explanatory, that we never actually had any stops of supplies, and we even kept the market position.
Thank you, Evgenia. You know, colleagues, I'm a data person, and as a representative of analytical company, I can confirm that during all the long 4 years, there was never, let's say, these missiles, which was on the Pharmac side, never affected the consumption of Pharmac drugs in Ukraine. So it's hard to believe, but this is true. Okay, colleagues, so now we are moving to very important part of our discussion, of our panel, and I would like to give the word to Ms. Lyubov Vishnevska, who is representing a company with a high critical insulin production, and of course this area is directly impacts the domestic security for sure, yeah, and my question will be like that. What do you think, what is needed from the European Union side to extend the production of important critical medicines like insulins in Ukraine, so especially having the situation as we have in the country?
Thank you so much for your question. Dear colleagues, thank you for the possibility to have a word in front of such a honorable audience, and I'll give the answer a bit later. First, I'll tell a few words about our company. Indar is working for the people who have diseases, had long and happy life, and registering our products, our medicines in every new country and entering new markets. We always think about having strong supply in this country. During last 20 years, Indar has its own technology for the insulin, human insulin, from R&D to finished dose form for long and short term. And we are at the final stage of registration and development of insulin that we are entering the market with. To my opinion, we are a global company for producing high molecular heparin, and one of our substances is certified in the European Union, and one more biological product, protamine sulfate, which is used in cardio surgery, and it is made from Japanese raw materials, Alps. For 20 years of R&D and innovations and improvement of our technologies, we became more than competitive from the point of view of quality and the price and security of our products, and patients and doctors from 35 countries: Brazil, Uzbekistan, Iran. Today, geography expands over 4 continents. We're working in all countries of former USSR, except for Russia and Belarus. Our labs, our production, our capacities is certified and has co-certificates and certificated by GRP, and every month we have new inspection. And we were not focused and oriented on European market. And today, we have only 2 partners in the European Union, in Portugal, as we are working as a private label for them. And for European countries and European governments, so we can be very useful as contractors, as private labels, and also our scientists can take part in development as part of scientific consortiums with European scientists of new producing stamps, their characteristics and studying and sciences connect with biotechnologies. I think that the experience we have for the years will be useful for our partners in the EU. And I'm more than sure that the experience of survival because of the full-scale aggression will be not needed to any our European friend or partner. Thank you so much. Peace and prosperity. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And
що стосується нашого питання.
About our question. What was the question?
Excuse me, can we switch it again, the presentation?
Ні, там все те саме, що я сказала.
Everything is the same in the presentation. I was just concentrating on language, not presentation.
Продовжити по презентації?
Ні.
No.
Дякую за увагу.
We shouldn't proceed with the presentation.
дуже багато
I
розказали
think
про
that we
українську фарму
said
та
a
про наші
lot about
можливості.
Ukrainian pharmacies
варто завершити.
industry, and that's enough. Thank you.
Колеги,
colleagues.
Ben, let us thank to our great panelists. Yeah, let's give them the round of applauses. If you have any questions from the audience, we can try to discuss if you would like. Any questions, colleagues? So everything was addressed? Okay, that's great. So,
Evgenis, thank you very much for great moderation. Thank you very much for great presentations. I wish next time I come to Vilnius, I see a lot of your production and pharmacy store, because yesterday I went to the nearest supermarket and I felt very much at home seeing so many Ukrainian sweets.
That's true.
And I am a big consumer of Lithuanian cheese Džiugas. And finally, I can buy it here because I buy it in Ukraine all the time, and it's now has become my favorite cheese brand. So if you ever know these Džiugas manufacturers, please thank them. So good luck to Ukrainian pharmacy in Lithuania and in the European Union. Talking about food, we have a short coffee break until 12 a.m. So please enjoy your coffee and please be back on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues.
I think we are ready to start or restart our conference. Thank you very much for your timeliness that you are back to the conference hall. So this is the time for our panel number 3, Dialogue Ukraine-EU, the political dimension, part 2, the forming of a stringent regulatory policy in the EU and how it affects businesses. So I will invite our speakers, and starting with Marina Slobodnichenko, Deputy Ministry of Health of Ukraine, responsible for European integration, Narimantas Taikūnas, Head of Administration and Corporate Management, European Medicine Agency. Thank you very much. Dovilė Marcinke, Director of the State Medicine Control Service of Lithuania. Grzegorz Cesak, President of the Office for Registration of Medical Products, Medical Devices and Biocidal Products, Poland. And Matt Aboye Hansen, Deputy Director General of the Danish Medicine Agency. Thank you very much. So we are ready to start. Narimantas, we'll start with you. Because, you know, this European Medicine Agency is a regulator of quality, safety and performance. You have so many responsibilities. You have to set so many standards and check up so many things. And already you're responsible for 27 European countries. So dreaming of full EU membership as Ukraine is and becoming the part of the European Union, having a new state, is it a new challenge, you know, fresh ideas, you know, this Ukrainian resilience, or is it a new burden?
Thank you very much for the question. Well, first of all, I would like to thank so much for inviting the European Medicines Agency to this excellent event and very important event. And seeing this honorable audience, indeed, it shows what a beautiful collaboration is taking place between Ukraine and European Union. And being Lithuanian myself, I'm also very proud that Lithuanian agency is taking the lead in this very important and undertaking this very important task. So very happy for that. But also, colleagues, want to say a big thank you for the Ukrainian side, because seeing how quickly and with what determination the work is taking place, it's absolutely amazing to observe it. Because we've been in that process as well years ago, so it's now really interesting to see how determined and you are. And particularly I'm looking also all the milestones that you're achieving on the journey here. So for example, the implementation of the submission of sort of international standards for the submission of the dossiers using the ECTD format, it's already completed. So really good progress. Then speaking about the accession time, let's say, and how Ukraine could contribute. I'm also a little bit drawing back on the experience that we had, maybe was because I was also on the side of Lithuania and then also now European Medicines Agency side. What is important is really to look at the, because what will happen is once you exceed, you'll be part of the full network of the EU agencies. And we say it's actually European Medicines Agencies network because it's a body, basically a group of national authorities working together with the Commission, with the European Medicines Agency for the public health, for the mission of the public health. And being part of that body, national authorities contribute a lot to the success of the public health mission of European Union. Assessment of medicines, providing scientific advice to manufacturers on complex technologies, assessing the monitoring pharmacovigilance activities, advice on clinical studies, and many other activities. That's one, let's say, area of responsibility and involvement. The other one, of course, is information technology systems. The information technology systems are very complex that are being actually support either pharmacovigilance activities through the UDRA vigilance system or clinical trial information system and so on and so forth. And therefore, contribution to all that work and preparation for all that work is very important at this phase. So therefore, I would probably say that maybe kind of 3-4 domains come to mind in terms of expectations, if I could put it that way. First domain is really capacity building, taking that opportunity to build capacity and enter the, let's say, the network of EU agencies in a strong way as a strong contributors. The second one I a little bit alluded already is fine-tuning your information technology systems so that they can be seamless exchange of information, secure exchange of information, interoperability of the system. So I think that investment and that readiness is an element. The third domain, colleagues, I would also say that preparation for the new science, new technologies, advanced therapy, medicinal products, medical devices, and many others that sort of are still maybe in some ways to come, but already keeping an eye on that preparation would be an important element as well, and an element of expectation. And of course, the world is not standing still. It's constantly evolving, including scientific regulatory domain. So use of real-world evidence, something which is now is very important, and preparation, getting ready for that, getting comfortable with data to use it, observe, have the registries, observe how the actually medicines are performing in order to inform decision-making. That is an important element. And so on and so forth. So I think that's broadly would be maybe in terms of the, so be strong and ready member or to enter the network of European medicines agencies.
Thank you. You just said what to do, but if I ask you what mistakes you don't want Ukraine to repeat from experience of other countries?
I'm not sure it's about mistakes, actually, but it's really, I think when I observe, I think you're really on a good path, because the timelines and the ambition you set yourselves is very short, very ambitious, and that's good, because it gives you time to get ready to prepare. It was very nicely, you mentioned also the interaction with different parts of the European bodies, very important as well, to see what are the expectations, what's required early in the process. And then, of course, capacity building. I think that is an important element, so that your scientists, your experts, they have the full knowledge to enter the regulatory system from day one, so to say.
So speaking about institutional capacity, how can EMA help to strengthen this?
So let's say accession is political and kind of scientific, technological, regulatory process. And the European Medicines Agency is expert in helping on the technological, scientific, regulatory aspects of the accession. And therefore, now, let's say, the exercise is going through the Instrument for Pre-Accession program, so-called Instrument for Pre-Accession, in which case there are a number of activities. Part of it is actually targeting, indeed, capacity building activities and preparation for the legislative processes through the development initiatives, be it pharmacovigilance, be it clinical trials, etc. The other one that is taking place now, your experts are participating in the working parties and working groups at the European Medicines Agency on the human side or the veterinary side. Let's say inspections, GMP, GDP, GCP inspections on the human side, shortages, That's already your experts are observing and contributing in that aspect. And on the veterinary side as well, work is taking place in terms of antimicrobials, in terms of environmental risk assessment and those elements. So therefore that participation already is already something that brings also the capacity element. And then going forward, the reflection is that once this side of the instrument of pre-accession will be completed, there will be a new instrument from 2027. And what we're reflecting as well is to look at the experience from the past, so-called Cadriac initiative in the past, where, let's say, if medicine products are authorized already through centralized or mutual recognition procedure, they can also be authorized easier already in Ukraine. So that could be one initiative that is to be reflected, but we still need to see how that might be possible. The other aspect relates to also in the previous Pan-European Regulatory Forum, which is basically intense phase of preparation to implement European acquis. And that used to go through a number of phases, and that's what we're reflecting at this stage as well. First is to look at what is really the difference between the national legislation, the European, and how to close that difference and that gap quickly and efficiently. Then is actually looking at practical implication of the EU legislation, how that actually practically works. And that's again where agencies, expert together with the national authorities will be able to help and support. And maybe the third element, there will be some more difficult, more challenging maybe domains of implementation, and each country has their own challenges. And that's where also would be kind of maybe could be a third wave of looking into how to address those aspects. And the agency would be in all of those exercises because that's where the expertise of the agency lies, and it will be supporting Ukraine colleagues, Ukraine counterparts through all that process. Another element maybe to mention is the European Union Network Training Center, which is also a good repository of knowledge sharing, development opportunities, which national authorities put on the common platform and share among the European agencies and the European Medicines Agency. And we also put those knowledge sharing initiatives on that platform. And we actually have more than 100 experts from Ukraine already registered and taking benefit of it. So it's also part of what European Medicines Agency together with the network can do for Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Марина, пані Марина, переходимо до вас.
Okay, let's move on.
Коли ми чуємо,
When we
наскільки ми вже
hear,
наближаємось
Marina,
до членства в Євросоюзі,
how
скільки
close
нам
we
ще
are
треба
getting to the
пройти
European Union
оцінок і
and
так
what
далі, я
else
розумію, що
must be
це є,
done,
власне, те, заради
I
чого
understand
ви
this is
приходили
the
до
reason
Міністерства охорони
you
здоров'я,
visited the MOH
євроінтеграцію
to promote
в цій
European
сфері. А скажіть, будь
integration in
ласка,
this field, but
наскільки ви бачите
my question is,
регуляторний потенціал
what kind
України?
of regulation, how big do you see
наскільки він
Ukraine's
зараз
regulation
вже,
potential?
його можна уявляти, напевно, ви знаєте, розповідати на красивих слайдах.
What actually are we talking about?
Дійсно так. В нас є з кого брати приклад.
We have examples to
На
look up to.
сьогоднішній день ми беремо приклад з Європейської
we look up to the EMA and the Polish and the Lithuanian respective agencies, as well as the Danish agency and the Swedish and the Croatian agency, and we have representatives of all of these agencies with us here today. We are not alone in this large-scale undertaking. We are formulating our regulation policy in collaboration with European countries, and I would like to express my sincerest gratitude for this. This path is not an easy one. But I wouldn't say that Ukraine lacks a regulation system. We seem to be talking that the system will only emerge in 2027. No, far from this.
Навіть на цьому початковому слайді
Even at the first slide of
Міністерство
our
охорони здоров'я,
presentation, it
State
said
Expert
that the
Center
Ministry
і
of Health of Ukraine and the
Державна
State
служба з
Expert
лікарських засобів.
Center and the
Це
State
сьогодні
Medical
три
Agency.
інституції в Україні,
These are
які
three
створюють
Ukrainian
регуляторне
institutions
поле
that are already
фармацевтичної галузі.
creating the
Міністерство
regulation framework for
формує
pharmaceuticals. The
політику,
ministry
Державний
formulates the
експертний
policy,
центр
the State
є
Expert
інституцією, яка здійснює
State
маркетинг авторизейшн,
Expert Center is the
і
institution
Державна
that
служба з лікарських
conducts
засобів
marketing authorization,
контроль.
and the State Medical
Але скоро
Services
це зміниться.
carries
Чому
out
ми це
control.
робимо?
But soon this will change.
Ми
So
робимо
what
для
are
того,
we
щоб
rolling out these changes
побудувати,
for? What are we aiming to do?
таку незалежну,
We want to build a strong,
нову,
independent,
сучасну,
and
інноваційну
modern
регуляторну
regulatory
агенцію.
authority.
Це наша мета.
That is our goal.
Я говорила раніше, ми хочемо вибудовувати довіру.
We
І
want to
якщо
build
ми будемо
trust.
мати таке міцне
And
регуляторне
if
поле,
we have a
у нас
powerful
буде
legislative
довіра
framework,
і партнерство
we
з
will have
країнами, і
trust
нам буде
and partnership with
простіше,
European nations, which will make it easier for us to work in the spheres that Narimantas mentioned. It is essential for us to be included within the regulatory agency framework of the European Union.
Але про те, що буде.
But
Наша
what
нова
is yet to come?
регуляторна агенція
Our new
буде
regulation
об'єднувати
agency,
з 27-го року
as of
дві функції.
2027, will
Це
unite, combine two key
authorization і
features,
inspection.
marketing
Будуть
authorization
поєднані
and inspection. It will
І ви
combine
бачите
both of
6
these
сфер,
functions.
які
You see
будуть
6
в портфелі
key
нової
pillars
агенції.
that will
Регуляція
fall under the
ліків,
new agency's
регуляція
mandate,
медичних виробів,
regulating medicines, medical
кровних
devices,
компонентів,
regulating blood and blood
звичайно,
components,
до яких
SOHO,
також відноситься і кров,
and this also includes
косметики
blood,
і,
cosmetics, as well as
ліків з вмістом наркотичних
narcotic
речовин
drugs,
і прекурсорів.
as well, and precursors.
Ми аналізували багато агенцій, чи є в
We
їх портфелях
conducted a
кейси.
wide scope
Наприклад,
of
в
various
Польщі є
agencies
ще
around the EU. For instance, the Polish agency also includes biocides. We will regulate biocides separately. Some agencies also regulate transplantation. Again, we will regulate that separately. But this is the regulation portfolio we are starting with.
Як буде працювати ця нова регуляторна політика?
What
І
will
в
the
чому
new
її
regulation
особливості? Це
policy
важливо
look like?
розуміти і нашим європейським партнерам,
This is
тому що
important
їм
for our
працювати
European
з
partners to
українським регулятором
understand
також
because
потрібно. Вони
they will
будуть
also
свої
need
продукти виводити на
to work with
український
European
ринок в тому числі.
regulators if they wish to sell
Дуже
their products
важливо і
in Ukraine.
важливою зміною є зміна філософії фінансування.
We are looking at one fundamental change, the change in the philosophy of financing. Now, our agency is funded 100% by the state budget, but the newly established authority will be 70% at least funded by the private sector. And I would like to thank the EMA because your financing model inspired us to draft and develop the financing model of the EMA and to get business on board in financing the Ukrainian medical agency. Elections of the head of the agency will be held soon. It's a big challenge for Ukraine. We plan to start this in November 2026 when we will announce a campaign to begin the election of the head of the agency, so we make it before the established deadline. We will also install anti-corruption guardrails in place. Mr. Radutsky today said that there mentioned the state medical procurement agency, which can be proud of its anti-corruption guardrails, and we want to make our new agency another leader in anti-corruption legislation and transparency. The institution will be independent, but it will be subordinate to the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. It will be central executive authority, granted special status and coordinated by the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. It will also use the Ministry of Health as a tool, and its policy will be shaped by the Ministry of Health of Ukraine.
важливо, ну тут знову я не буду зупинятися, це власне те, за рахунок яких фондів буде існувати наша агенція, але вони дуже є притаманні для багатьох агенцій
This, however,
Європейського
is
Союзу.
typical for many European national medical agencies.
Збори за реєстрацію лікарських
Business as usual is charged a fee to register a medicine. There will be a pharmacovigilance fee as well.
Збори і внески з бізнесу, які ми оцінюємо на сьогоднішній день, але це не буде тягарем для бізнесу,
more, and we're trying to see exactly what those figures would be, but we do not want to burden the business, and we do not want to have the end user pay for this burden. The state budget will finance at least 30% government financing, 70% private sector financing.
Я хочу дати вам декілька цифр.
Let's talk
Ви, Марічка,
figures.
запитували, якою ж буде ця агенція, що це буде за структура. Тут
You
наведена
asked me,
карта України.
what kind of agency will it be? What you see on your slide is a map of Ukraine with 24 territorial branches, and these territorial units will not be discrete legal entities. They will be institutes that will help our agency carry out inspections and accelerate these inspections. Ukraine has a vast territory. The agency will regulate both producers and pharmacies throughout the country. So in order to carry out inspections, we need 24 territorial units. The agency plans to employ 1,300 people. This correlates with the fact that today the Ukrainian State Medical Service and the medicine registration centers employ about 1,100 people altogether. Taking into account the scope of new challenge and the intensification of our inspection activities, we are looking to hire additional staff totaling 1,300 people. We are going to build on our legacy and the legacy of the current regulation agency. Our laboratories are certified at the OMCL, EDQM are WHO pre-qualified. We will preserve this. This has already been discussed with the EDQM, so the certificate will now be used by the new institution. We maintain our PICS membership, so our inspectorate is and has been a PICS member since 2011. So this remains unchanged. And the Ukrainian Pharmacopoeia has been a member of the European Pharmacopoeia since 2013, and again we keep this status. Anti-corruption mechanisms, I briefly touched upon this before. We will have an external control commission and a civil oversight council. We will also engage civil society organizations in oversight of the organization, also within the organization itself. And this must be stressed. We will develop a mechanism for conflict mediation to make sure that departments within the agency are not at odds with each other, and to guarantee the autonomy of the agency and make sure that marketing authorization and inspection remain distinct entities within the agency. I would like to conclude by going back to how I started. Who are we doing? Are we doing this alone? No. The countries that are helping us create the agency are here: Lithuania, Poland, Germany, unfortunately, is absent today, but we do have representatives of Germany, although they don't come from the German government. This is a joint effort by us and also France and Croatia, who are taking part in the twinning project. I would like to thank the European Commission for allowing us to begin the twinning project. This project started a month ago, and this has been a huge challenge challenge for us to, within 18 months, to create a new institution from scratch. So we have high hopes for our partners and for the aid they have been providing to us so far and the assistance they've been providing so far. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm hoping that the twinning project will be successful, and we see the people responsible for the success here with us. Thank you, Madam Slobodnichenko. Thank you for your presentation. I think we can be candid here because we are among friends. When you talked about anti-corruption mechanism, I want to say that the NABU will also be watching the agency, and we talked about Mr. Radutsky, that thankfully pharma representatives have not been mentioned in any corruption scandals so whatsoever, and we're hoping that things will stay this way. I do not want to jinx it. And there's a joke because again, like I said, we are among friends. When we come to governmental committees, they ask us, how are you doing? And we say, if I'm not on the Mindich tapes, that means I'm doing well. And we're not on the tapes, so I can't really complain. However, I have been asked multiple times by international partners, how can you talk about attracting investment to Ukraine? How can you talk about regulation, having regulation authorities when corruption is so rampant in Ukraine? We're not talking we have rampant corruption, but we also are exposing corruption on an unprecedented scale, and this is something to be proud of. Our country has made a tremendous push in exposing corruption and showing it publicly and making it visible and forcing those accountable to face punishment. So will anyone in the future ever dare to be so courageous in continuing with their efforts? I think that's all I have to say. Thank you, Marina. Thank you, Madam Slobodnichenko. Thank you for your candid and sincere answer. I'm hoping that the exposure of corruption will be the silver lining on the cloud of corruption, and will once again be a testimony to the fact that the anti-corruption agencies that were established as an effect of the Euromaidan revolution, I'm hoping that they will keep carrying out their duties diligently.
Marcinke, already mentioned by Marina, Director of the State Medicine Control Services of Lithuania, and Marina has already mentioned this twinning project, and you as a leader of this twinning project on the part of the European Commission. So how did you encourage yourself to start such a difficult and challenging mission? What motivates you the most to put this project forward?
Okay, hello to everyone once again. If you allow me, just wanted to say some nice, warm welcome words for all of you, for our Ukrainian colleagues, for colleagues from other European countries. This is not our event, not my event, this is Ukrainian event, but as long as you are here in Vilnius, in Lithuania, I hope and I wish you to have at least some nice time during this Christmas season, taste some Lithuanian cuisine, have calm nights. As I was in Kiev, nights are the most bad things. So just enjoy those couple days sometime. And answering to your question, yes, this twinning project is extremely challenging and extraordinary from many angles. First of all, it's very short. It's only 18 months. And the scope and the size and importance is huge. The other thing is that countries in war, beneficiary countries in war, and that makes some things even more complicated, and some other aspects. But talking about me personally, I would say that the decision to come was very natural and absolutely clear for me, because of many aspects. which is first of all historical relationships and support from one to other countries. Very strong commitment for the consortium team from our colleagues and neighbors from Poland and Germany, which brings the same shared view, I would say, to support to Ukraine, and also big expertise, and also the team that we formed of experts of various fields of our institutions, that made it really very clear in mind. And Lithuania is having presidency taking over first of half 2027. That should be, and I believe it will be, very successful end of this project, which makes another coincidence, good chance to bring up more attention to Ukrainian topic that very small European Union country would bring, and so we will all be sharing our joy and commitment to go forward, because this twinning is continuing building bridges for, I'm sure, long-term cooperation between our countries and regions.
So you would call this project successful if in 18 months you will reach what?
Actually, Ukrainian colleagues gave us one additional challenge that we should have even before finishing the project. As you all are aware, there is a wish and there is a commitment already to start working of this new institution from January 2027. So this is even more interesting and challenging. So that would be, I think, opening or launch of this institutional work will be one of the successful results. And of course, we will finish somewhere in April, May. With all the targets from the components that were defined in this twinning fish and the project and beneficiary country.
Thank you very much. Now we move to Jagat Sesak, President of the Office for Registration of Medical Products. And you're called the veteran of Polish Euro integration because you've been in all these positions since 2002. I know how it feels to be a veteran because that was the year I started my job at my network. So I know how you feel. So it's more than 20 years of experience. But over these years of integrating Poland, seeing Ukraine aspirations to European Union, so what do you think are the main challenges for Ukraine, and what businesses, especially presented here, should be prepared for?
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the question, Madam Minister, dear Minister, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank you for invitation for this absolutely fantastic event, very important from this process during the twinning project, and absolutely fantastic, beautiful city. I would like to support my answer to your question with this small presentation. I think so it will be helpful for us. I would like to start to show our briefly our long-standing cooperation with the Ukraine. I'm really proud to sign the memorandum of understanding. We signed two, signed in 2022, and with the Madam Minister in July 2024. The second memorandum, it was important with such areas like marketing authorization, pharmacovigilance, clinical trials, and inspections. Thank you for your leadership, Madam Minister. I think so that as you are a leader, it will be absolutely successful during our twinning project. And now I move to with the main challenges. What you ask, it's with the line with goals presented by the Madam Minister. It's true, yes. I had a employee of the office since the very beginning. Our office was created in 2002, and of course during our Polish accession, I was responsible for harmonization of the documentation to EU acquis communautaire. At that time, my job was to make sure that our new agency was fully ready to EU membership. In the process of setting of the state control agency in Ukraine, several challenges will appear from my point of view. You see the two main blocks creating the agency, and second one is legislative work. For the first part is designing an effective structure with clear, responsible and transparent decision making. And second is ensuring strong integrity and non-conflict interest rules, especially with anti-corruption system, what you mentioned, Marina. And third one is creating a modern pay performance system that attracts qualified staff. And finally, it's communicating clearly with the public. It's very important, and with the industry as well. Of course, it's with authorities and international partners to build trust. And the second part is what I mentioned before, is legislative work. On this part, it's very important to implementing the EU acquis communautaire will be the major task. Ukraine must integrate the revised EU medicine legislation into the national law and stay aligned with the EU regulatory practice. It's obvious, but these huge challenges during all this process, and regulators and industry specialists will play a key role, and the state must ensure enough capacity to support this work. What should business prepare for? Companies will need strong regulatory awareness, advanced quality management system, and readiness for EU standards inspection and audit. Open communication with regulators, of course, and active involvement to transition processes. And it will help ensure a smooth integration into the Europe regulatory network. Now to finalize my short presentation is let me briefly talk about the key benefits of twinning for the beneficiary administration. First, it makes institutions stronger. By bringing direct cooperation with experts from EU members, improving structure, procedures and working methods in line with, of course, EU standards. Second, it provides a real knowledge transfer, giving access to European best practices in regulation, supervision and risk management. Third, it supports harmonization with EU law, what I mentioned before. And finally, it boosts transparency by introducing clear integrity rules and internal controls, which is essential for building public trust. We are also a major advantages for industry. It's aligning national rules with EU standards, makes the regulatory environment more stable and practicable. Harmonized requirements also make access to the EU market easier. Twinning boosts regular dialogue between regulator and business, helping create practical and appropriate regulation. Fair and transparent rules improve competitiveness, and companies aligned with the EU standard gain a real advantage both in Europe and globally in the world. I think so that this is the main beneficiary for the industry. Yeah, and I think so that's enough for now. Thank you.
Thank you. And since you've been, you want to? No. If you want to talk about the project, you can, because I have another question.
Okay, yes. Я хочу додати ось те, що ми зараз робимо, і створюємо в Україні нову агенцію. Окрім того, що ми вибудовуємо довіру цим кроком, у нас ще є мета. Ми хочемо розпочати з 27-го року бенчмаркінг нашої регуляторної системи. Побудувавши нову регуляторну агенцію, ми будемо дуже просити European Medicines Agency organize a benchmarking in our country, in our regulatory system, for what? For take a new opportunity for our business and our industry and our regulatory system. Sorry. Мені простіше говорити українською. І ось цей бенчмаркінг для нас буде таким знаком рівня, якого досягне країна. Тому зараз ми орієнтовані на ті позиції, методології проведення бенчмаркінгу, яку здійснює Європейська медична агенція, щоб відповідати вже новим викликам. Дякую.
If I may, I would like to add something about our work during the twinning project, because the component 2 consists all the structure and all the improvement with this system and goals was mentioned Marina and me in my presentation, and I'm proud that we are responsible for this.
Since you've been in this Polish Euro integration process for the past 20 years, returning to our path to the European Union, what we can learn from your experience and what mistakes we shouldn't repeat?
You talking about the goals, or I think so that this is a hard question, because if I may, that a lot of challenges what we build as a president of the office, we have a lot of work in the European Union network. And as I understood your question, we should, as a head of agency, both Dovil and me, works together as not only the head of agencies, but in the network of European Union. This work is not competing between our work, but they help us for the twinning project to give the support and transfer the knowledge for the Ukrainian side.
Thank you very much. And now we move on to our next speaker. It's Mette Boye Hansen, Deputy Director General of the Danish Medicine Agency. And may I introduce you more for our audience. You are Deputy Director General of the Danish Medicine Agency, and you've been working there since since the year Ukraine became an independent state, 1991. And since 2021, you've been Deputy Director General and a part of the Executive Board of the agency, at the same time heading the Center on Medicine Licensing. Oh, what a biography. And now you and your country hold the presidency of the Council of the European Union, and today you can share your insights. So how you manage to put strong regulations and at the same time have good conditions for the industry. So where do you find this balance?
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation to speak at this very interesting conference. It's my great pleasure to be here and have the opportunity to share some of our Danish perspectives. Denmark has been a member of the EU since 1973, also a lot of years. So we have a lot of practice and experience with the EU regulation, and so does our pharmaceutical industry. The EU pharmaceutical legislation and policy is strict in the sense that it has many requirements on both the industry and the regulators to ensure safe and efficacious medicines of a high quality. This is a public health mission that I think we can all agree on, and that the EU delivers on as well. The Director General of the Danish Medicines Agency has used the metaphor of our agency being on Ukraine's road to the EU together with our Ukrainian counterparts, and that we pave the road together. The Danish Medicines Agencies bring some paving stones by sharing the experience with EU pharmaceutical legislation that Denmark and the Danish Medicines Agency have gathered over a long time, and we share them with our Ukrainian partners. The strategic sector cooperation on health between Ukraine and Denmark starts formally in early 26. And in this cooperation, we have agreed to cooperate in the areas of authorization of medicines, clinical trials, medical devices, good manufacturing practice, good distribution practice, and market surveillance, laboratory control, and the pharmacy sector. So it's quite a broad collaboration as well, and we are really looking forward to getting started on this. The Danish Medicines Agency will support the establishment of the new Ukrainian authority that Deputy Minister Marina Slobodnichenko already mentioned. And we will also support the implementation of the EU pharmaceutical legislation and standards in Ukraine as a step to Ukraine's accession to the EU. In Denmark, we have a powerful tool to shape ideas for good conditions for the pharmaceutical industry, and it is the Danish strategy for life science. The most recent strategy, the strategy for life science toward 2030, was adopted in November 2024 by the Danish government. And the strategy spans across a broad set of policy areas relevant for the pharmaceutical ecosystem, which was involved in the development of the strategy, and that means that industry representatives, patient organizations, ministries and their agencies, and also hospitals and medical societies were all involved in developing this strategy. And I can mention an important focus area of this life science strategy, which is clinical research and hence conduct of clinical trials. And in this particular area, the Danish Medicines Agency is involved in several initiatives to facilitate conduct of clinical trials in Denmark. And of particular note is the expedited assessment of phase 1 trials of only 14 days, introduced this summer. And this assessment is in collaboration with the Danish Research Ethics Committees. So I hope I, with this example, have shown something about the good conditions for the pharmaceutical industry in Denmark. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's return to the diversification of pharmaceutical supply chain as one of the challenges for the European Union, as we mentioned before at the conference. So what do you think are the best tools for solving these issues?
Thank you for this question. Ensuring a stable and resilient supply of medicines is a shared responsibility between the regulators, the industry, and also the wider healthcare system. While diversification of supply chains is one aspect, I believe that a broader framework for supply security should rest on 3 pillars, which are transparency, communication, and collaboration. We have also heard about that earlier this morning. First, about transparency and data. They are key enablers. Regulators need timely and structured information from companies on potential shortages, production challenges, and market dynamics. This is a key enabler for a faster and better decision-making by the regulators. In Denmark, we have developed a data-driven approach to monitor medicine supply. Access to structured data allows us to track stock levels and also identify early warning signals, and also to act proactively rather than reactively. And then second, regarding communication and the trust between regulators and industry, this is essential. An open dialogue ensures that measures to secure supply are realistic and also proportionate. Close coordination with the manufacturers has enabled us to prioritize critical medicines and to avoid unnecessary panic during the recent global disruptions. And then thirdly, on the collaboration, both nationally and at EU level, this is also indispensable. No single country can solve the supply challenges alone. The EU joint actions on shortage prevention and crisis preparedness, such as the European Shortages Monitoring Platform, the ESMP, and the work of the EMA's Executive Steering Group on Shortages, are both good examples of how coordination can add value. The ESMP database offers a unique opportunity to strengthen solidarity between member states, but its success depends on our collective willingness to invest in national data systems and also to share structured comparable data. Without this, we cannot perform vulnerability analysis and we cannot take collective action under initiatives like the proposed Critical Medicines Act. So allow me to give a Danish example where these key pillars come into play. Since January 2025, Denmark has enforced legislation requiring marketing authorization holders to maintain a rolling 6-week buffer stock of selected critical medicines. This buffer helps us to absorb short-term disruptions, and they also give us time to implement alternative solutions. The law also mandates structured reporting, supporting early warning and coordinated response. To conclude, I would like to underline that the role of the industry cannot be overstated. Manufacturers are best placed to manage production, flexibility, and logistics. We encourage companies to engage early with regulators when risks arise and to invest in resilience, whether through dual sourcing, capacity planning, or strategic reserves. Regulators, in turn, must provide a clear and predictable framework that support these efforts. Securing medicine supply is a joint mission. Transparency, communication, and collaboration, supported by practical tools like buffer stocks and EU coordination, are the foundation for success. And as Ukraine moves closer to the EU, strong partnerships and shared solutions will be key to building resilience across our common pharmaceutical market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, every time I see people from different countries, I also take my opportunity to thank Lithuania, Poland, and you, Denmark, talking about crucial supplies. You are the first country to say we're giving you our F-16 jets, so thank you very much. This is the end of our panel discussion, and now we will invite all of you to all panelists and all our guests to our family photo to the banner, and then we just go one floor down to have dinner. So help yourself and come back at 2 o'clock, please. We have now panel number 4, Business Analytics and Investment Prospects for Strategic Partnership between Europe and Ukraine. And I'm giving the floor to 2 moderators, Yevgen Kunda, has been here before, and Mikhail Pilkevich. Please, the floor is yours.
Colleagues, thank you very much. Welcome back. And so now we need to talk about, finally, about the money and mechanisms. And for this purpose, we have a very powerful expert panel from the Euro Commission, from the industry associations and government. And so we are inviting and welcome our panelists. Would like to invite you to join us here on the stage. So George Razides, Senior Expert, European Commission, HERA. Artur Melezik, Head of Industrial Parks Department, Ministry of Economics of Ukraine.
Grzegorz Rychwalski, Vice President of the Employees Association of the Polish Pharmaceutical Industry, and Dymitro Lurie, Project Manager Medicines for Europe. Please join us. We want to continue the previous session setup. We were talking about the partnership. Please have a look that all previous sessions were about partnership between government bodies, between the governments, support. Also, we can say that we are partners like Proxima and IQVIA globally. So this is example that some areas we are competing, in some areas we work together, especially that we support Ukrainian Ministry of Health pro bono from many years, from not only from the beginning, from the world. So I'm super proud of this, that we can contribute. So how our agenda will look like, Zhenya, today? So what we will be doing, if you can explain.
Colleagues, I suggest we start with the highest level of European strategy. So the question will be to Mr. Razides. And so it will be, let me ask first that as we discussed in the panels before, that Ukraine has really moved fast, but it probably should move faster. Yeah, and can you let us know what specific mechanisms could accelerate Ukraine's strategic alignment with European Union efforts regarding the medical reserves, please?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me start by thanking the Ministry of Health, Deputy Minister Slobodnichenko. We all know you as Marina in Brussels, Deputy Minister Marina. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you very much for this invitation. Thank you also for the friendship and the collaboration over the last years since Ukraine has to fight back against the Russian full-scale invasion. We have been working very closely, at least for me in my previous job as head of cabinet for the health commissioner. We had an extremely close collaboration with Minister Lyashko, Deputy Minister Slobodnichenko, and of course their teams. And this is a friendship which is producing clear results. We see it in Ukraine's participation in the EU for Health funding program. Soon we hope that Ukraine will be joining formally our joint procurement framework, which will allow, of course, access to medicines that we are procuring jointly. We also medically evacuated thousands of Ukrainian patients for medical care in European hospitals. And we are convinced that this collaboration and this friendship will soon also become a full membership of the European Union. So a few words first about the DG HERA, the department of the European Commission that I work for. This is a department that was set up in 2021 in the darkest and most difficult days of COVID to deal with access to medicines that are medical countermeasures, meaning critical crisis-relevant products that can address the health threat that is facing us, let's say, either now in situations of crisis, but also very importantly, in situations where we are preparing for the future. And I think this is where our work becomes very relevant also for Ukrainian authorities and also for the strategic partnership that we are building and also with a view to the full membership of Ukraine that we hope, of course, will be as soon as possible. Now, I should start by saying that we are extremely pleased that already now Ukraine is a deeply engaged partner in our health security architecture, as it already participates in the governing mechanism of HERA, the HERA board, which assists and advises the European Commission in taking all these strategic decisions pertaining to health preparedness and response. And of course, the fact that already Ukraine is part of these discussions since early 2024 and regularly joining technical exchanges on medical countermeasures and crisis response is already a huge step towards the preparation of the country for membership. Now, I mentioned already the joint procurement agreement that was signed by Ukraine earlier this year, and we are hoping for a ratification of this agreement in the Ukrainian parliament quite soon. I'm given reasons to believe that it will be shortly, but of course, we respect fully these procedures. We want to see Ukraine being part of this agreement because it will give access to, of course, the negotiations that we have with medicines manufacturers, and through which we obtain access to a series of medical countermeasures. I can mention, of course, to you, COVID vaccines, which were negotiated jointly by the big European market. I can mention Mpox vaccines. I can mention pre-pandemic avian flu vaccines. So a whole lot of solutions to threats that appear on the horizon and on which Ukraine would have access through this joint procurement mechanism. Now, of course, another key element is the Critical Medicines Act, and we had 6 Ukrainian companies participating in the Critical Medicines Alliance since 2023, and it was through this strategic partnership that it became very clear how much promise the Ukrainian manufacturing capacity in the area of medicines can create for the European Union, but certainly also in terms of the commercial opportunities for these companies in the broader European market, giving, of course, opportunities also for expansion to more innovative products, to R&D, investment, funding support, and certainly new sources of demand for these products in the future. Now, what I can also tell you, and going to the specific question about our panel, is that in the coming weeks, the European Commission will publish a study, a specific study on the pharmaceutical supply chains, which map Ukraine's, but also Western Balkan countries, candidate countries, pharmaceutical capabilities and opportunities for partnership. And this includes an in-depth mapping of Ukrainian manufacturing capabilities, production capacities, and also, I think quite importantly, the match of these production capabilities with the European Union's list of critical medicines. And I'm happy to share here with you today some of these findings, which I have to say that are quite encouraging in terms of the way ahead. So, for example, this study will confirm that Ukraine accounts for over half of all matches with products that we have on the Union list of critical medicines. And of course, this places Ukraine as one of the most important industrial partners currently outside the EU in terms of strengthening Europe's resilience in the area of medical countermeasures. This means that we know that we can turn to Ukraine for manufacturing some of these very important medicines, but also in terms of diversifying the supply chains that we have in the European Union. And we saw how strained these supply chains were when the crisis came with the onset of the pandemic in 2020, 2021. So knowing that we have, of course, a friendly country in the neighborhood and soon to become an EU member state makes this all the more, let's say, relevant and significant in terms of the Union's resilience and autonomy. Now, second point is that key manufacturers in Ukraine collectively offer dozens of stock-keeping units and products that match the Union list, particularly when it comes to essential and highly demanded therapeutic areas like antibiotics, like cardiovascular medicines, and like medicines for neurology. Now, crucially, the manufacturers that were surveyed in the study, they reported also that they can scale up production. So it's not only the Ukrainian market that they can serve, but they can scale up to European, let's say, numbers in terms of the citizens they can serve, which was, of course, another problem that we saw during the pandemic, that we could manufacture highly innovative medicines at very short time, but not necessarily at the scale that we wanted. So scalability, a really critical point. And then the last thing, which I think is very important, and going back to the discussion this morning, when it comes to the manufacturing of advanced pharmaceutical ingredients, is that Ukraine is home to some of this region's most significant API producers. And even if this is not at the scale yet that could serve the entire market, it certainly offers us a very important option for diversification, but also a potential for further development in the future. So these are the very positive things that we have found, and certainly a very fertile ground for further development. Now, areas where the situation can improve is certainly the lack of GMP certification, and of course also the regulatory know-how, which is something that we have been working on over the last years, also with colleagues of DG Sante that handle the regulatory side, and the EMA, of course, for the approvals process. Another follow-up of the study will be to identify areas and ways to address this through technical support. Of course, we are ready to stand next to Ukrainian friends and guide them in this process regarding, let's say, the regulatory side of the work. Already there's some promising solutions that we see in terms of co-manufacturing, in terms of acquisitions in the EU, and we see also Ukrainian companies producing with EU subsidiaries, which is, of course, a nice way of entering the EU market. So I think to take, let's say, the key message, takeaway message from this study and this thorough work that we did over a number of years is that despite the full-scale Russian invasion, despite the destruction that we have seen, the Ukrainian manufacturing sector is extremely resilient. It has shown that it can become already now, pre-accession to the EU, a key player in the EU market. If Ukraine soon joins the joint procurement agreement, it will certainly also be a great option for potential procurements from a big EU market of many member states. And clearly, it's not only Ukraine that stands to gain from EU accession and integration into this pharmaceuticals market, but also the European Union. So we trust that with the trust and the friendship that we have built over the last years, this can be a quick process and Ukraine can become fully integrated into this market. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. Let me say that we had quite a good networking during the lunch. Yeah, and still I have heard still a lot of concerns from our European partners, from European producers. So maybe you can name what can convince European manufacturers, in your opinion, to establish their production in Ukraine right now?
Yes, I think the current conditions, as we know, are not, of course, easy to bring companies, of course, from the EU to establish themselves in Ukraine. But certainly, with time and, of course, with improving conditions, hopefully quite soon the war will be over. We hope, and of course, this will create much more fertile, much more welcoming conditions for a company to invest. What is certain is that with the manufacturing capacity, first of all, the factories that are physically here, a highly educated workforce, a very young and very dynamic population that is very eager to get into this market, with, let's say, hopefully peace arriving soon, the conditions will be perfect, especially if Ukraine becomes very soon an EU member state, or at least in the process becomes so aligned that the conditions are virtually the same. I would say that the perspective for the Ukrainian pharmaceutical sector couldn't be brighter, provided that, of course, there is better security conditions and, let's say, a more welcoming environment for businesses to come and locate here.
Thank you, George. I think this is very important starting point of our discussion because we will try today to break this, line in the way that even before the end of the war, it could be that Ukraine is really can partner with European manufacturers, and let us try to empower this with the data. I know that Michael can see the data where no one else can see it. Yes, so please, the stage is yours.
Thank you, first of all, Marina and the team for inviting us. And yes, I want to share with you like outside view perspective, because probably many of us have on top of the mind, and this is right, what is written in the media. This is normal, yes? But I want to show you how Ukraine is strategic for Europe. So if you see on this slide, I have a good news and bad news. Good news is that our region, Central East Europe region, is one of the fastest growing. It's including Ukraine, including Poland, many other countries like in the Central East Europe. The bad news that entire Central East Europe and CIS market are less than 3% of total market. So saying very openly, we are not a priority to the big pharma, but doesn't mean that there are not good examples of already present companies operating from many years. I'm talking both about innovative companies, local companies, and other generic or OTC companies. So, and let's look for the best practices. Why Ukraine is very attractive market? I remember when we were joining Democracy 89. I remember when we were joining European Union 2004. So probably Ukraine is much faster repeating the same path. And I'm super happy, and I want to say thank you for all like European authorities and local authorities, including Polish, Lithuanian government, for all support. I'm very often in Kiev, and I'm very often meeting the people from other countries visiting. This is very important to Ukraine, because this is about best practices and know-how sharing. So this is why Ukraine is important, because if you have a look, it makes sense to invest, because there is a huge potential for growth, especially in the healthcare. You see some statistic that Ukraine standalone, it's looking for the consumption per capita is quite advanced, but if you look for how to be closer, for example, for Poland, this orange one, there is still a lot to do. You can double the market, and simply players being there will contribute out of this. What is important that Ukraine is mostly developed in the area of generic, because you have a very well set up local generic manufacturer, really advanced. I was probably in many factories, and I can tell you that if you don't know that you are in Ukraine, you will think that this is a typical Western factory with the best equipment and best production line, real GMP or implemented quality or pharmacovigilance system. And what is unique, and probably this is a challenge to the government, they still have a 40% of market share connected with OTC. What does it mean? That people, unfortunately, are treating mostly with the OTC product, which are available. This is a free market, because still reimbursement level is low. Evgeny will be talking in a second to show the potential, but there are also good news. Unfortunately, still this innovative part is low, but recently the government decided to increase the budget, and we see more and more, first of all, by law budgets increase, and second, the new contract, this year is Roche partnership agreement, which was announced, and this is a real partnership agreement, where this localization of the finished dose production will be located in Ukraine in 2 years for 2 very advanced, expensive oncology therapies. For Ukraine, we should not only look like a country where the soldiers fighting for the future of Europe, because they are not fighting only for Ukraine, they are fighting for us. And I am very grateful, I'm always saying, big thank you for everybody who are on the front line and support. But Ukraine is attractive because this year, Ukraine will be 4th biggest market in Europe. Poland, of course, is the first. You have Romania, Czechia, but Ukraine will be bigger than Hungary. Are you aware of this? That pharmaceutical market is the fourth biggest in our region. We are talking about 30 million population there. So if any company is looking for where to invest, so my question is why some of them you are there investing and present, and many companies operating, and even now we are doing the project for one of the big international company interested to invest and come to Ukraine. What is I already said about this 40% of OTC product, which in my opinion is not a good KPI. Government needs to invest more to the reimbursement. But what was said, Ukraine, similar to Poland, and we did have with Grzegorz discussion about this before this panel, that they are very well set up in terms of experience in the manufacturing. This is not about 125 manufacturing facilities. This is not about, Marina, you are saying about universities. Yes, this is not about that you have a small chemical plants, but you have also experienced staff. You have a very well working distribution. You have a very good hospitals running during the war clinical trials with the better KPIs than in many Western countries. We are operating there from many years, and I'm happy that now these clinical trials recover. But also you have energy, you have water. So in other words, if you're looking where to invest, in many cases this is not about money. This is not about technologies. This is about the people and know-how transfer. So probably I'm personally saying to the companies being here, or maybe companies we are talking to continue this kind of a conference, please start, talk and think each other, because you need to create this platform for the partnership. Of course, someone will tell me generic market, OTC market, please have a look how small is innovation and the oncology. It's true. But if I'm looking for Poland 15, 20 years ago, it was exactly the same. If you copy-paste the same picture and the slides from either Proxima, either from it will be exactly the same. So there is another example where potential is sitting, and Mr. Mikhail Raducki, I remember one discussion with him when we were talking with minister about some project, and he was present on this meeting, and he said, okay, please agree technical details with the ministry, and I'm taking care about everything what need to be approved and voted in the parliament. So I can tell you that if you want to have this fast-track, professional, very compliant way, there is a team working together, taking care about political decision and legal environment. Plus, in opposite, you have partners, you can talk and really make things happen. In some cases, they are fighting, normal. But if I see a lot of examples where you are progressing, you are curious, you are asking for the help, and things are happening. And Ukraine, this is another reason, is the fastest growing in Central East Europe country. And please remember, we are talking about country under the war when 7 million people left. And you see, this is a statistic. This is above Poland, above Romania, above Lithuania. Yes? It's top right green corner. So this is showing that this country has potential, and this slide is very important to understand what changed politically also in the country. Because first of all, you see on the left side population, yes, it's decreased to 30 million. But please remember that there are 7 million living abroad. In Poland is plus 1 million something people. In each country in Europe, in Germany is the same. In Denmark, France, everywhere are people in Ukraine. And there are the future of the country. Because it will be the same like in Poland. We emigrated, but later when we joined European Union and when war will finish, we simply will be able to back to the country, bring the know-how. But right graph is most important. Do you know that from the beginning of the war, government increased 500 times budget for the reimbursement? 500 times from the beginning of the war. Someone will tell me, but it was very low base. It's true, because it's still out-of-pocket market, and Evgeny will show you in the second details. But there is a political willingness that you were voting this year, during the year, increase of the budget, and also, if I remember, it was a month ago, they were voting for the next year budget, where it's a focus on the innovation, access to the rare disease, oncology therapies, and even we are discussing implementation now of the registries, having the clinical outcomes monitoring for managed entry agreement. I'm telling you, we have no such even discussion in Poland. And probably Ukraine will be in our region one of the first countries really monitoring and tracking clinical outcomes. I will skip the forecast, but we are very often asked what is the potential. You see the numbers that we do believe that this market will continue double-digit growth. So let me, in the end of my presentation, to address the question why it makes sense to talk about the partnership. There are some key initiatives. We are already mentioned some of them in the previous. We are talking about access to innovation. We are talking about shortages, improving security. I will park for today presentation this ESG, environmental, social, corporate governance, and let me start from the digital shift. So we have this kind of nice report published recently about digitalization of the health. But do you know DIA? Who knows DIA? And are not from Ukraine? Yes. So I can tell you that this is one of the best applications, but this is not application like a citizen application. This is the entire ecosystem which is managed by Minister Fedorov and his team under Minister of Digitalization, changing Ukraine from the paper or old architecture to the completely new environment. And on the right side, you have a European health data space. So how many of you at the government level did the strategic workshops about what does it mean European health data space implementation? I can tell you that probably not too many. Not too many. We did the workshop with Win-Win team in November. We spent one day sitting together and they said, Michał, this is not about directive implementation. This is about research ecosystem implementation in Ukraine. We want to do this. And we want to do this even we are not in the European Union, like a best example of, because we do believe this is in favor of our patient, this is in favor of our country, and many other things. This is showing how this country is innovative. And of course, I can spend probably another 1 hour showing example. Zhenya as well, you can tell a lot of things, what they are doing, not sleeping over the night, having these alarms, having the families in the front, and they are running business and the growing. Another surprise. We are preparing for FPI every year from several years innovative report. In short, on this graph, you have for the years 20 till 2023, there were registered 173 innovative molecule by European Medicine Agency. And you have a number of countries those products are available. We did this exercise for Ukraine. And they have, out of this 173, already 33 drugs available. I will be not naming, you have this red line, I mark it. We will do the same report for the next year release, probably published in May. But it was surprise for me, saying very openly, when you professionally, without emotion, count and say funny stories that most of them are reimbursed, not only out of pocket. This is a surprise because you can buy this in the hospitals. And again, this is one of my slide. There is a huge potential for different strategic reasons. But I think this cooperation regarding the crisis preparedness, critical medicine acts, or drug shortages were mentioned a couple of times today. And I'm super happy that at the government level and European Union level you are talking, but I encourage also manufacturers talking each other, because this is the example of the partnership, and so far we have only limited examples. Thank you. And Zhenya, if you can tell us more about specifically Ukrainian market performance, because also it's possible to grow and develop this market during the war.
Thank you, Mikhail. Okay, colleagues, yeah, it would be another one part of discussion based on the real numbers and real evidences. So can you switch on the presentation, please? Yes, colleagues. So just to mention that all the data you will see on the slides, they are really consistent with what Mikhail been showing for the Ukrainian market. It's the difference you can notice. It's only depends on how puzzle is collected of the market in general. So this presentation is based on the actual data for 2022 or 2025. So there is some differences. Okay. So yes, the general topic is about the size dynamics and of course partnership investment opportunities. Yeah, and let me start first with the operational environment and again about resilience, about economical one, and about the stability we really have in the country. Yeah, so here you can see that after 2022, economics of the country has already adapted to the war conditions. Yeah, it's really adapted. Yeah, so even the inflation was tamed to the single-digit number. Yeah, and so it's predictable operation costs for manufacturers now. Okay, so talking about the labor cost, which is quite important for, of course, for retention of the skilled personnel in the country, and for and really crucial for the production of complex API synthesis, we are also quite fine now. Yeah, so the real wages returned to growth. And you can see that it's not the freshest trend. It's for last 2 years already is growing fast. So here we have 3 major conclusions, colleagues, and these conclusions is that we have really predictability in the country, not only for internal market, but also for our external partners, because the GDP forecast is not too high, but still 3-5%. For 2025, and no disaster is expected. Let's say not more disaster is expected in the country for the future. Yeah, so the costs are under control now. You can see the inflation, energy, and logistics. This is completely stabilized. And I heard again from our networking just during the lunch that, okay, guys, but you have some problems with energy, etc., etc. You know that our pharmaceutical factories doesn't really have these problems now. So it's really managed. So they can manage it, and no one is stopped their production even when no power, centralized power in the country. So it proceed working. Okay, and yes, we believe, and this is one of the major topics of this of our event, that this is a really good window for investment because the shock phase is over for, I think that's already for 2 years. Okay. And now about the market itself, let us try to assess it and talk about the market size, or the general market is more than 4 billion euro, and it's really fast recovering to pre-war level in money terms. It's 1 billion packs consumption, and this is a really massive physical consumption base. And this is the price which is really suited, as it was mentioned in our very first panel. It's really suited for the localization of the API production, for the generics production. Okay, so 4.3, 4.5 euro per pack. If we watch the dynamics of the market, you can see that after the invasion, there was a crash. Yeah, it's true. It was deep and it was sharp. Yeah, but it's recovering now. You can see that it's really recovering fast in money terms. Yeah, talking about volume, today in the country, because of the reasons, because of the population, we have a kind of new normal. Yeah, so it's crashed from 100 million packs per month to the 60 right after the invasion started. But today it's stabilized on the level of around 80 million packs per month consumed. Again, we are talking about mature market, about the stable market, and the proofs are also in its structure. Yeah, and the structure looks like we have the out-of-pocket market in first turn. Yeah, and the patients are really ready to pay for their treatment, for the drugs, and still RX drugs is driving the market, driving the value, and that shows that our country, our consumption is focused on the serious therapies, and this pretty nice aligned with the strategy to localize APIs in the country. Okay, so here we have a kind of stability, let us say stability verdict, yeah, that market structure after the war started hasn't degraded to the primitive level. Yeah, so and today the ratio of RX and retail is just demonstrating a major consumption level, and it's stable. Okay. Talking about another one thing which is also was mentioned in the very beginning, it's about that Ukraine is a really market of the generics. Yeah, and so yes, about 50% of all drugs sales in the consumption in the country belongs to generics in the money terms, and it's about 60 in the volume. Okay, and here it's very clear that having 60% of the volume share, which really belongs to the generics, you can clearly understand that our domestic industrial demand in API is quite massive. Yeah, so this is a kind of viability of localizing API production, API synthesis is approved. And here, let me say, which is very important about our domestic industry, which shows a very high resilience, and we heard a lot about it today from producers themselves. Yeah, but to say the truth, during the war and even in the very beginning, the share of domestic medicines never dropped less than 73% in the volume. Okay, so even was one drop which was on the level of on the side of foreign companies was replaced effectively by domestic production, and so here we are, 73% in volume, and we can really say that domestic producers is supplying the nation while the foreigners capture the margin. Yeah, so Ukraine is self-sustained in physical terms, and so again, this is showing the real capacity for API synthesis. Let us talk a bit about the competitive landscape, but even it's not about the competitive landscape, it's more about our national champions of Ukraine. Yeah, so if you review the top 10 in value of Ukrainian pharmaceutical of the companies which are marketing their drugs in Ukraine, so 6 sets belongs to Ukrainian producers. Yeah, and if we take the volume rating, here we have a 9 among 10. Yeah, so you can say that domestics are really controls the physical market, and they can move the millions of packs of units on the monthly basis. Okay, so here we have a implication for this, and this is quite clear. So the question, if we really need to build new new plants, if domestic plants already command 70% of the volume, so we have the giants in the country who are real primary customers for localized API synthesis. Okay, and so of course there is also a kind of strategic overlap in the portfolio between the European producers and domestic Ukrainian producers. So today in Ukraine we have about 1,500 active INNs on the market. Yeah, and if we talk about the INN usage, we can see that there is more than 400 INNs. Among these number are the shared interest between the Ukrainian manufacturers and the foreign one. Yeah, so why I'm talking about it, because it's a half of all, INNs used to produce the Ukrainian drugs is also sold by foreign companies on the same market. Okay, so this is really clear evidence that scale is guaranteed. Yeah, because it's really feeds 2 months internal consumption and could feed also export partners. And so export partners don't need to guess if this molecule really works, yeah, because of the very clear reasons they already are selling it. Yeah, so they just need a secure source of API. So, colleagues, here is my last slide, and it's about the scale and locate model. So, how can it work in the very, very clear way? It's like an expert opinion, and let me share it like that. So that there is a Ukrainian guys, Ukrainian producers who can produce and provide the synthesis of APIs. So we have our own base load, which is needed for internal needs, for internal use, and they can supply easily these APIs to the export partners, ensuring this gross load. And in this case, we again, getting back to the question which was on the table during our business session with the producers about the competitiveness of the prices of the production of API in the country. In this case, we can really receive, due to this shared interest, competitive prices which can compete with India and China. So the idea is that Ukraine can become a production hub. You do remember that somewhere in the very, very beginning, Mr. Radutsky mentioned this, yeah, that we are ready to handle very complex processes of API synthesis. We have quite low operation expenses and energy costs, and we have this physical proximity toward the Europe. And Europe, of course, the final product remains the final product manufacturer. It's managing European Union compliance, and it's the responsible for final release and batch certification. Of course, this is not easy, but this is the way. And one of the key roles in this, let's say, process along this way is belongs to the government, and the state here acts as an enabler. Okay, so we really need to move from the one of the easiest thing which can adapt us very fast. It's that, like, moving from medical use, so-called medical use permit, to the market authorization, which is used to for European countries. Yeah, and of course here we need also the help, the industry need the help from the state in the way to provide free movements for the goods, yeah, so-called green corridors, free movements for the capital, yeah, of course, some soft loans, investment guarantees, and free movements for the people, that integration of labor. So this is the way, and in our opinion, this is a really way which we can go through, and which is really can be realistic even before the end of the war. Yeah, because the industry, pharmaceutical industry in Ukraine today is completely resilient, and it proceeds its big deal on the market for already 4 years, almost 4 years after invasion, and we are moving forward, colleagues. So, like that, thank you very much. If you have any questions, would be happy to answer. Can you, Michael, can you give the word to Grzegorz?
Okay, so Grzegorz, you have a unique experience because you are working on the government side. Now you are working on the industry side. You are working probably in the most of critical or strategic European Union projects. So you understand also Ukraine. You also represent the companies in Poland who are saying openly, we have exactly the same setup, the copy-paste, yes. So from your perspective, because this partnership should work two ways, yes, so you as a vice president of the Polish Association, so what are your expectations or your members' expectations to the government officials or to the companies operating in Ukraine to start this cooperation, the partnership?
Many thanks for having me here. It's a truly pleasure to be with you. Last week I was in Paris in OECD discussion, because also part of my work is to be a vice chair of health committee on BIAC, business at OECD. And I tried to join this experience from Polish governmental previous side, but also the European Commission as the part of the Critical Medicines Alliance, and previously as a co-chair of the working group of the pharmaceutical and medical devices in the Council, and also OECD. So from this perspective, firstly, we established this cooperation with Ukrainian colleagues years ago. Yes, we have through the Pharmac, we have a lot of friends from Pharmac also, and we also share our knowledge about how to join, how to prepare to the rules of European Union. I also very well remember this 2004 when we joined, and this huge effort with Mr. President Grzegorz Cesak. We previously joined, I was in the Ministry of Health, Mr. President was in the registration office, and together we try to put these puzzles to our Polish legislation should work together with the European ones. And with colleagues from Ukraine, we also share our knowledge how to prepare. For the example is how to prepare for the Falsified Medicine Directive, how to establish the through channel and the IT system to diagnose this chain to be real. To be the legal proof without any falsified medicines. But nowadays, after our experience, I think we, as you mentioned, we should start the new chapter of our collaboration. We think we have a lot of knowledge, our sides together, from our side, your sides. And I think I represent firstly the Polish manufacturers, and I think we have also challenges and opportunities. And our knowledge should be shared together. I think it's also good to have established as, I don't know, round table to our challenges, because we have also challenges. We have also the administrative challenges, we have also the business challenges. We compete on the same market. We have also remembered, because in the end, when we not discussion about the strategic perspective, when we discuss on the business matter as the previous panel discussion, in the end we are on the same market, and the competitiveness is playing, and there is ongoing. So we should try to put this puzzle right, that we will have the common ground to discuss. Because the challenge as the European Union, we have a lot, but also to compete on the Ukrainian market is also a lot. I think we have a very similar perspective. We have very common ideas, so we should try to put puzzles together as in this brotherhood in arm, to discuss how we can be in the same page and try to preparing you to the European Union, but also how we can put smoothly something what is not sound so smooth right now from our perspective. So I think we have very good position start right now in place, but I think in dialogue we can even more put in forward, because in dialogue we can challenge everything. And as a beginning in the invasion, but even before, we can be arm and looking for the Miss Minister, that we can establish some kind of the round table to discuss, I don't know, once a year, quarterly, half a year. I think it will be the best. What we have the challenge from each perspective, because we have from the European Union, as our colleague from HERA mentioned, a lot of opportunities. European funds is the biggest opportunity, but also we have challenges as the European Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive. Yes, this is a challenge we discuss about how the critical medicine is important, how IPI's localization is important, but also we have this challenge as the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive. So from the European Union we have also opportunities and challenges. So we together can also combat this, but also from our border sides we have also the opportunities and challenges, and I think it will be good to establish such a body, governmental body, but also the body from the association with part of the government. Because when I discuss with our members, manufacturers from Poland, we know, and they told us that there is sometimes the difficulties that we can challenge, because I know this is something not impossible to challenge. In dialogue, as I mentioned, everything is possible, but still there is something that appear in our path of discussion. So I think in this dialogue and the future better dialogue, even better dialogue, it will be only the hand that we can collaborate together.
Okay, so I always you know me very well, so I am pragmatic. So what I'm hearing, what George said, so in my opinion, we should continue on the government level strategic discussion about the crisis preparedness, one area, and Critical Medicine Act, because I think it's no-brainer. There is a lot of synergies how Ukraine can support, because very simply logistic even between India, China, and Ukraine and Europe is one of argument. It's not only about price, how Ukrainian manufacturers can support. The second, what you mentioned, and I fully support, and I'm looking for minister to really collect maybe on Polish or other associations some topics and organize a roundtable about daily business, because there are challenges. Anyhow, we are going to the European Union alignment of the regulation, but doesn't mean this is reflected on the daily operations. And the small thing, I remember some calls of our members, they were calling how we can help, etc. And the third, what we were talking, I think it's very important to, in opposite, to share Ukrainian companies or distributors' experience, how to be ready to the war, because we are on the war, we are on the hybrid war. So what's happening now in Ukraine can happen in other countries. So this probably will be the third initiative as it. So Evgeny, so please invite the next speaker, and let's continue to be pragmatic and turn this to the actions.
In the end, colleagues, thank you, Michael. So in the end, the question is still the same: where to build this and where to locate the API synthesis. So we need some place to build. So that's why я задам питання пану Артуру. Буде зручно, так, задам питання пану Артуру щодо, мені здається, дуже гарно, що от якраз Гжегош Airphones. Okay. Yeah, colleagues, I just want Grzegorz to hear this question because it's like related to his speech, because Grzegorz is representing the producers from Poland. Yeah, okay. So, and my question is toward the Ministry of Economics and до пана Артура.
Question is towards Mr. Melezhik. Why? So let's take a Polish manufacturer. What should make them choose Ukraine as an industrial park? Why should a Polish manufacturer choose Ukraine as an industrial park to localize the production of APIs? Thank you for the question. Dear colleagues, it's a great honor for me to be here and to present the Ministry of Economy, Environmental Protection and Agriculture of Ukraine. Thank you for your attention to this topic, because right now Ukraine is developing dramatically, and Ukraine is adjusting its legislation and doing everything to prepare for EU accession. In the past 3 years, Ukraine has amended many legislative acts, especially in pharma. We have amended 2 laws. We have adopted over 10 different bylaws to make the system work. Why? Why do we need to open? Why should you open a business in Ukraine? Why should you relocate your business to Ukraine? Because Ukraine is optimally located geographically. Ukraine is a great platform to supply medicines both to Europe and to Asia. Second, Ukraine has very low energy, and all production costs in Ukraine are very low. Third, we have various programs we offer you. The first program is in significant investment support project. So if there's an investment of 12 million euros and up, this allows you to make conduct a special contract between the investor and the Ukrainian state. The company can produce anything in the pharma sector will be greenlit. The company is completely protected as a bilateral, could be a trilateral agreement between the investor, the contractor, and the state. duration of the contract is 15 years, and each party takes a commitment. The investor commits to building a production facility, building a plant. The state commits to financing of 30% of capital expenditures. This can be a lack of a profit tax or 5 tax. This can also be the withdrawal of an import tax for equipment. And third is cashback. We have talked to our colleagues from Lithuania. They have a similar program of 35% and up cashback. We've already told them about a specific way to do this. So what you need to do is build the necessary infrastructure, build a plant, and the state pays you back up to 35% of the money you spent on building this site. The mechanism is incredibly transparent. 5 contracts of this kind have been concluded so far over the past 2 years with a sum of over 250 million euros. Right now we're working with countries both in Ukraine and abroad, and we wish to sign a special agreement with a total of over 260 million euros, and that's just one project alone. I'm going to let you in on a bit of a secret. It's going to be a European, an Irish company, which means that European companies are ready to invest in Ukraine. This company will build construction materials because they understand well, once the war is over, the demand for construction will skyrocket, and they want to find a foothold in the Ukrainian market, but also supply Europe and Asia with their goods.
The next mechanism is industrial parks. More than 113 industrial parks exist in Ukraine right now. They are specialized in absolutely different spheres, and pharmaceutical including. You can also take any industrial park. All of them have communications, sewages, and you do not invest your time to build something. You just choose the park according to locations. More of them have a railway connection, and you can export your goods within Ukraine or to Europe. And simultaneously, with these advantages, you can also import facilities. You can not paying all the taxes and not paying 10% tax. Also, we have a great case when, at the beginning of the war, an enterprise from the occupied territories moved all the manufacturing facilities. So 1 week through the railways, they moved all the production facilities, and they started manufacturing on the other spot. So you don't have to think about all the connections, and it's the same thing compared to offices. So when you're choosing an office, you just choose the best one. You rent the one that fits your needs. And industrial park, it is the same. You just have protection from the state and lots of benefits. And industrial parks is like enclosed infrastructure and ecosystem, and potentially it can be the center with the researchers that these researchers can be in several meters be implemented into manufacturing. Also schools, different educational institutions and cafes. So it's just like an enclosed city where you have manufacturing manufacturing, planning, and also up to supply of it. So you can be also participant of industrial park if you have a big company and you know what business you want to involve, or to build something, R&D centers, educational institutions, so you can join us. It's also co-investing. So if you want to become the participant, you choose the location, and also 3.1 million can be financed. 50% is paid by the state and 50% is paid by the company. So I also think that the mechanisms of all do really exist, so we can just involve with the help of our state the investors.
Let us give an applause.
Let's give the applause.
But I have a question. How many of you who are not Ukrainian are aware about this program? Can you raise the hand? Okay, 1, 2 people. So again, how to translate it to the action? I'm looking for the ministry. I think it makes sense to organize some, I don't know, even a webinar to present it, because this is not about industrial park or financial support. This is about strategic investment, and many companies are already there. So there is not that someone from not present will come, but I'm talking about the companies who are already operating or do have experience to operate in different models, so they can consider to go. So let's agree that we need to organize some wider, probably webinar or something promoting this kind of opportunities. So who is the next speaker?
Maybe just a short comment, Artur. Just, you know, like they say, okay, you're doing great things, but still you have missiles flying.
Ukrainian, I think you need.
Ракети, що літають. І що ж ви з цим будете робити? Як ви гарантуєте security цих індустріальних парків? Тобто, чи є відповідь на це питання?
Відповідь на це питання була на одній з попередніх панелей – це страхування військових ризиків. На сьогодні працюють не тільки українські компанії, це вже зазначалися абсолютно різні. Британські компанії працюють на страхування військових ризиків. Польський бізнес окремо зацікавлений, німецький бізнес також працює в цій сфері для того, щоб страхувати конкретно свої компанії, які будуть інвестувати в Україну і відкривати там виробництво. Окрім цього, ми постійно в діалозі з нашими підприємствами, і ми зараз також розмовляємо про всі ризики, які існують, і шукаємо шляхи для того, щоб надати їм більш гарантії, більше безпеки, щоб вони були більш впевнені в тому, що відкривати бізнес в Україні – це не тільки економічно ефективно, а ще й безпечно.
Дякую, Артуре. Ну, я думаю, що I think that most of the questions is addressed by Artur here, and of course you will have a chance to ask more after the panel will be finished. Let's talk about another one very important key thing for European producer. It's predictability. Yeah, okay, and so here I want to pass the word to Mr. Lourier. What is the pathway to ensure predictable regulatory practices in Ukraine that would really match with the European Union single market practices? So please, the stage is yours. Yeah, and the clicker is yours.
Thank you. By accident, I prepared some slides to answer your question.
Yeah, it's surprising.
Thank you. So first of all, I would like to say thank you to our members, European generic, biosimilar and validated medicine manufacturers who are also right now in this room for their donations to Ukraine, but also to their ministry and their other Ukrainian authorities for their great cooperation during the wartime. Given the situation, I think that this is a high level of good cooperation between business and the state. Just a very basic comment from our perspective, from Medicines for You, we really support Ukraine accession process, and we believe that it should and it could be a very fast-track process, and also there is a lot of things that could be done much earlier than the day of accession. For this purpose, we have like our internal group to collaborate and also to advise Ukrainian business community, companies, also authorities on our opinion of view, how we can collaborate or to improve the legislation. And we also signed a memorandum of cooperation between the Ukrainian industry and Ministry of Health, let's say in the scope of Critical Medicine Alliance, to support the local industry and to find a connection between European and Ukrainian manufacturers. let's move a bit further about the status. I think that I don't need to repeat a lot about the market and the strong business community again in Ukraine. It's there as expert potential, for example, in State Expert Center. But what I would like also probably to repeat about the digitalization level in Ukraine. I believe that Ukraine is the only candidate country who already implemented fully ECTG from all 10 countries right now. So I think this is a kind of a great success for Ukraine, but also for e-health in general, like e-prescription and other parts of this. But I can't avoid to mention some challenges. I mean, of course, some of them are obvious, but some of them are less obvious. For example, there's a real need for much more predictability of some initiatives, especially legislation, and the last example was a new pricing model that was established in Ukraine. It was a kind of a surprise for, I believe, for all manufacturers, Ukrainian and international ones. So sometimes there is still need for more cooperation, but I think that we can go further with this as well. Another one is a kind of a mutual question, is of course a GMP recognition. This is one point I want to comment a bit more. Just there is of course kind of Ukrainian standard, international standard. They should be aligned. They should be checked by the European Union, EMA, and other institutions. But we see a great opportunity to try, at least to try to have it as a part, probably of ACA agreement. So to have it maybe earlier than the day of accession of Ukraine. And we believe that this is just something that kind of important initiative that can help a lot, especially from business perspective. Of course, as Ukraine is not a member of the European Union yet, so there is still some kind of specific country requirements, but this is something that we work together with the ministry to try to eliminate them as much as possible. And one, probably the people from regulatory departments here are quite knowledgeable about reliance procedure. This is something that also that Ukraine could implement earlier, and this is basically a part of the new law of medicine, so it just need to be finally set up, and this is kind of good initiatives for producers. And as a general conclusion, we really believe that there could be a very high level of alignment during the next couple of years. But of course, there is a need of support from European institutions. And I'm not talking, to be honest, only about their knowledge shares, but probably about the funding, because I will move to the next slide and mention their agency. We do believe that this process will need a lot of support from the European Union and to learn from the European experience. We believe that this initiative and this reform is of kind of a high value for Ukraine. It's basically to establish agencies that should be one. We believe that it should be the best in Europe to also to compete internally in the European market. And this is a basement, let's say, base for building a new capacity for the market and for the sector. So I just gathered a couple of points what we believe are kind of a success factors for this agency. I believe that colleagues from the first session and from other sessions already commented on some of them, like of course transparency and anti-corruption mechanisms. They should be in place. Also like a collaboration, digitalization. The twinning is one of the, I believe, a success factor for this. Yeah, it's a great initiative supported by the Commission and member states. There is also, as Deputy Minister mentioned, there will be a new system of payments from the manufacturers, basically from the all part of the pharma sector. This is something that should be discussed and established properly, because it could have a huge impact on the market as well. And to make it a bit shorter, it's just to have a roadmap, yeah, to to have a predictable, understandable for everyone a roadmap how this agency would be established, and of course with a very clear transition periods for the market. Just for the context, also from the first session it was partially covered. This is something that not yet agreed, but just some examples that could have a huge impact, for example, on the work of state expert agency, for example, possibility to just shorten their procedure, marginalization procedure, and etc. So probably even the new law at one moment should be changed, amended again, but this is something that should be taken into account. Another point that probably this is a good example that the European Union has already a lot of experience from anti-corruption institutions. Maybe some of the points of the process they just could be copied, like the roadmap or some requirements for transparency. And this is great because this experience can help both sides to go through this process. And also, even at the twinning project, you could see that the models are different in the European Union, so we can't basically copy-paste just one model, but we in Ukraine should just learn this difference, but can make and take the best of this experience. Kind of instead of conclusions, some things that we believe should be done during the next couple of years. So we really believe that this kind of events is probably a part of the structured dialogue that we want to have between European industry, European Commission, and local manufacturers, and this could help a lot during this process. Something for mutual learning, I believe that the experience like COVID, but also the war, of course, is something that could be learned by the European side, not only by Ukrainian, especially the flexibility. At the first year of war, there were a lot of different approaches, how even the regulation could be changed very rapidly, and this is needed for the pharma sector because usually this is a very conservative area. I would not repeat the GMP and other standards, but also their access for Ukraine to European digital system like EMVS. We really support. We are an association who established European Medicine Verification Organization, and we, as a member of the board, basically clearly support this process and to get it faster than the accession. Today we have a good example of possible public-private partnerships, so it's also something in place, but need probably to be explored more by both sides. That was mentioned today, that this is Critical Medicine Alliance and membership of Ukraine is a great success that Ukraine was already a part of this, and this is something that could be could give a lot of opportunities for Ukraine, for learning, and also for connection between manufacturers on both sides. Thank you, and glory to Ukraine.
Thank you, Dmitro. Thank you for these very clear insights, and I believe that thanks to insights, we have one question from the audience.
There weren't so far any questions and answers, so I'm going to use this opportunity and go in front of you. I don't like talking behind people's backs, so I won't do that. We're here, partners and friends. My name is Ekrem Turaylic. I'm coming from company Bosnalik from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I'm also responsible for the Ukraine market, and after this weekend's attack on Badam, I was, thinking that we will face some difficult situation here, but I hear a lot of optimism. I'm very happy, and this is the second reason I'm standing in front of you to pay my respect to you, what you're doing in Ukraine, and showing great resilience. Keep strong, and we understand you because we've been in these troubles in the 90s. We had to stop our export when we were producing medicines at that time, what was Yugoslavia. And then we localized. We had to produce only for our market. But then after we established peace, we again returned to Ukraine. And you may know us by products Lisobact, Stomatidine, and Nomigren. Today's meeting is about Ukraine and EU strategic partnership. Maybe we can put also on the agenda the expansion of this topic to include also candidate countries or the EU candidate countries. I think that's also going to benefit Ukraine because you are also a EU candidate country. And in this regard, there has been changes geopolitically, but also pandemic has contributed to this change in the sense that we've never seen as a company so many inquiries or interests from European producers or the EU producers to partner with us. So there's like a game changer in this regard, and there's an opportunity for producers from aspiring EU countries, because we're in the same now basket like other non-EU countries. What does that mean? Today we heard a lot of strategic initiatives, but a little bit from maybe the operational perspective. We produce medicines and we do quality control and batch release in our country. Now, if we want to export or to sell our medicines in the European Union, we have to do this quality control and batch release step again. So whoever is in production, and many of you are here in production, you have the materials, you have the energy expenses, you have the overheads, and you have the quality control and batch release in your own facility. Then you have to do this step again to do it in the European Union. So if we're optimizing and if we're having to do some COGS reduction, the only step that is repeated is this, quality control and batch release. So if we are an aspiring country to join the EU, I think now if there's a reform ongoing and if there's a possibility to add this, like earlier there was on one of the slides, preference for EU producers or preference for EU and candidate EU countries or producers coming from EU candidate countries. And last year, I had a meeting with the negotiator of European Union with Bosnia and Herzegovina. Now we're a difficult country, so when we will start these negotiations depends really on us. But the EU wants to double the GDP in our countries. And how are they going to do that? One, maybe by just injecting the money, which is maybe not the best thing to do. They are waiting for the businesses to come with their ideas. So in this regard, I think also EU could contribute to our well-being, and EU also needs it because we produce a lot of these medicines, these essential medicines. We had these interventory shipments to Poland and other countries because of these shortages. And for us, it's shocking. Like, we are producing for EU. Normally, it was the other way around. You know, we were bringing medicines from the EU to our country. So this is what I want to put on the agenda today, and maybe expand this topic a little bit more than Ukraine and EU, but to also add this topic. And perhaps afterwards, if somebody's sitting here, because I see some people leaving, I wouldn't like to miss some of the decision makers or the stakeholders who could contribute to this reform change in the European Union. Thank you, and sorry for taking too much of your time.
Thank you, Ekrem. I think, again, I will try to transfer the discussion to some actions. So probably there are a lot of challenges or to be aligned, but probably it makes sense to do like a prioritization, which operationally probably it's possible. I'm not a legal person. I heard about GMP acceptance. This is like one topic. The second was on market authorization. That should work the same we're talking. And then you are talking about like a batch or quality control release. So maybe we can again come back to the discussion on the country level via association or our partners. We can help with this to collect and then address this to, first of all, to ministry, but probably to the representatives of European Union bodies, because simply this should be aligned in the legal frame. Evgeny, so we are coming to the end.
Yeah, completely supporting you, Mikhail, that today we been, what is very important, that today we've been talking not only about why to invest, but how to invest. And I believe that...
How to operate.
How to operate, yeah, that's true. So coming to the end, and so we would like to give a great thanks to all our panelists today. Let's give them an applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you for great moderation. Thank you for being, Mikhail, such an advocate of Ukraine, and thank you for mentioning Ukrainian military as a mother and a wife of Ukrainian soldiers. So thank you very much. We have 15 minutes coffee break, but please, please come back for our last panel. You know, this last panelist have to be really appreciated because usually the last panel is the most relaxed, the most entertaining, and now it's about education, innovation. So have your coffee, have your cookie, and come back in 15 minutes. We're running a little bit late, but 15 minutes would be enough for a coffee break. Thank you very much. Друзі, ми готові далі продовжувати. We are ready to restart, and we are ready for our final, the last but not the least panel number 5 about education and innovation, from idea to innovation and invention, from molecule to medicine. We'll have our speakers to discuss what potential we have as innovators, as educators, and when we finally join the European Union in some time, we'll need people who will fulfill all these wonderful plans that you have all here outlined today. So we need new professionals, new students, and new human resources. I would invite to our panel our participants, Alexander Kuchtenko, National Pharmaceutical University, the head, coming here all the way from Kharkiv. Yegor Chufitsky, Youth Council at the State Service of Ukraine for Medicine and Drug Control. And Anna Bezruk, Healthcare Committee Manager, EBA. I'm sorry, Lyudmila Petrenko. Yes, you're very welcome. Max Planck Institute for Innovation and Competition, Munich, senior researchers. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Everybody has a microphone. Пане Олександре, ми розпочнемо з вас. Харків ми
Mr. Kuchtenko, let's begin with you. We know Kharkiv is a city of students, a city of education, and a city with the highest concentration of universities in Ukraine. And life in Kharkiv has been dramatically affected by the war in the past 4 years. But how does Kharkiv maintain its status as an innovation capital, as an education capital? And what is your university doing? Thank you for your question. I'd like to start by thanking you. I'd like to start by thanking the Ministry of Health of Lithuania and the Ministry of Health of Ukraine. I want to thank our dear ministries for having me and my colleagues here, and also for your understanding that people, education, and science are essential for any reform, are essential for innovation. And everything is based on staff. The staff that universities prepare, staff that are trained in specialized higher education facilities. Is Kharkiv the capital of education? The people from Kyiv here will agree with me that Kharkiv is the capital of the pharmaceutical industry. Our university is over 100 years old, and it is a testament to our legacy. Nothing can break us. Even the shells that hit our city will not stop us from fulfilling our duties. Next week I will return to Kharkiv, and along with my students and our teachers, we will keep working for the benefit of the city and the country. Many people have spoken today, and I can say that what we can offer Europe is, I will borrow a term from the pharmaceutical industry, synergy. When 1 + 1 is not 2, 1 + 1 is 3. We can improve the quality of both our cooperation and the quality of the product and the quantity of the product we are able to manufacture. And we need to thank science and education for this prospective synergy. We are a partner in this collaboration. In Ukraine, there is a saying, from molecule to medicine, when we start with an API in R&D, and then we end up with a final form. The same goes to education from an applicant, a student, to a specialist, to the professional responsible for the development, manufacturing, regulation, and rational use of medicines. These are the medicines that will help the industry and the state, Ukraine, a Baltic state, Poland, the medicine. This medicine is the staff. And it gave me great pleasure to talk to my colleagues from other universities, from Lithuanian universities in the cities of Kaunas and Polish universities. We managed to exchange opinions and update each other on what we are doing. Our university works mostly with trains classical pharmacists, industrial pharmacists, and a clinical pharmacist. Three of our alumni are here in this very hall. But we will not tell the National Anti-Corruption Body about this. I have a degree in industrial pharmacy. We have a clinical and a classical pharmacist sitting right next to me. We cover the whole spectrum of pharmacy and prepare specialists for work in the field. We train students from many countries. Ukraine has always been the country that produces raw material and agriculture, but we're also an educational nexus, and we can offer our friends and partners our educational facilities. A Ukrainian degree can be nostrified anywhere in Europe, and you all know how many graduates of our universities are working at European pharmacy, in European factories, and teaching pharmaceutics in university. And it's not. This is a testament to the quality, the truly European quality of our training. How can we help you? How can we help Europe? How can we help European manufacturers? We heard from many representatives of Ukrainian big pharma about production facilities, about possibility of R&D and research. And education can be a vital component in this. Today, our university and colleagues elsewhere in Ukraine are working on developing active molecules and drafting final dosage forms, such as suppositories and vials. It's essential to find the right kind of technology, because pharmacy is truly an art form. It is an art form that we teach. Biopharmaceutical studies of biopharmaceutical parameters, preclinical trials. We have certified laboratories, and this is all fertile ground for our synergy. We can develop these medicines together. Medicines can be developed in-house, outsourced, or bought in bulk. We offer you a fourth kind of cooperation, when the idea is yours and we help you outsource the manufacturing. And this can take place both in education and in science. We heard from speakers today about the development of pharma in Ukraine. And the potential is colossal, and it can be even greater. Clinical trials. In 2022, the outbreak of the war, Ukraine carried out 25 clinical trials. Now we're looking at a figure of almost 300 clinical trials per year. The development of phase 1 and phase 2 trials, these are all things we can work on and together can achieve impressive results. Mr. Melezhik talked about industrial parks that help unite people and unite equipment. We understand very well that if we are not united, we will not achieve the results we want and need. In Kharkiv, we created a pharmaceutical cluster with the most prospective, with the educational institutions and support from the Kharkiv military civilian administration. And the results we are achieving in the times of war are impressive, because the strongest institutions are made in times of war. Ukraine has been strengthened by war in pharma and elsewhere. We know what is happening on the front line. We know what medicines are needed. We know what materials are needed. And today there are several final dosage forms that are produced abroad, and they were developed in Ukraine. We also develop these medicines, and these medicines are helping our servicemen and servicewomen on the front line. Once again, going back to what our Polish speaker Michał said, we must be ready, because the insane neighbor to our right might not stop at Ukraine. And we can be instrumental in giving you the knowledge and the insight about how best to adapt and prepare, no matter what happens. We are open to cooperation. We are open to launching joint studies. We are open to taking part in grant programs. We have the necessary equipment, and our cooperation with the with Pharmac, Interkim, Asina Arterium, Darnica, and other leading pharmaceutical manufacturers is a testament to our adaptability. All Ukrainian big pharma companies have a close cooperation with Ukrainian universities. IMA, GLAD, Bosch supply equipment to pharmaceutical manufacturers, and the students we train must know how to work this equipment. Our tight contacts with pharmaceutical manufacturers allows us to increase the quality of our training. We invite you to, we are open to collaboration to achieve better results for us all. Thank you very much. I always invite you to Kharkiv. I'm not inviting you to Kharkiv right now, but when everything ends, I will be extremely happy to see you here in our university. We often have pharmaceutical congresses, and I know that many people here have already attended our congress. When the war is over, we will want to see everyone in Kharkiv for our pharmaceutical congress. Alexander, we know how close Kharkiv is to the front line. In the past 3 years, how are you able to preserve and protect education in Kharkiv? When you were thanking everyone, you thanked the MOH, but you did not thank the Ministry of Education. I did thank the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of the Economy. I want to thank all the ministries. At the same time, our tightest, our strongest collaboration is with the MOH. And Ukraine right now is enthusiastic about digitalization and collaborating with the ministry that is most motivated to help our university grow. In Ukraine, this right now is the Ministry of Healthcare. I'm happy that we were supported. In September, and you might have seen this video, a Shahed drone, 50-kilogram Shahed drone with 50 kilograms of explosives, it hit a building in our university, taking off the entire roof of it. But what matters the most is that there were no casualties. All the students managed to make it down to the shelter. But we kept in touch with the MOH, and right now we are addressing this issue. We are Ukrainians. We are citizens of Kharkiv. It's hard to throw us off, and we know that they are trying to push us out of our own city. They want to destroy our city. So no matter what, we are not going to leave. We will stay put. We will not give the Russians, let us the Russians push us out of our own city. 202 professors are working. We have adjuncts, digitalization. Lots of projects are now online. And I want to once again thank the Ministry of Healthcare. We have a department in the city of Uzhhorod where we have received accreditation, and we opened a rehabilitation center, and we both rehabilitate patients, and we are training people now to allow people in Uzhhorod to make medicines on their own. So when you say making medicines with your own hand, Mr. Kochtenko, so how effective was this? How effective was the work we did? So I believe that the HR prospects of Ukraine, especially everywhere in geopolitics, I think humans are Ukraine's most valuable resource. It's the world's most valuable resource because people are vital for development. It's impossible to imagine development without people. And I think the term quality resonates for everyone here, and all pharmacists know and have been trained to understand that then quality means comprehensiveness, because quality within the pharma within is about a comprehensive list of criteria, starting from the quality of API and going all the way down to post-marketing studies. Education is part of this comprehensive package, and I feel like it is a vital component, because when we get an applicant, our API, and at the end of the process we get a real professional, and that is our final dosage form. And this is our post-marketing study. Regarding Ukrainian manufacturers, we're looking at a triumvirate of fundamental scientific adaptation, and a high level of practical skills, despite having a cohort of professionals with professional experience. Every year, new professionals come to this field from API manufacturing to pharmaceutical vigilance. Most of our students speak foreign languages, and they take part in Erasmus+, Horizon Europe, and other programs, so many of which have been even organized by Ukrainians.
Класні тренди, класні тенденції, що молодь активно долучається до впровадження змін, зокрема при органах державної влади. Створюються молодіжні ради.
Students establish self-government authorities.
Наприклад, вже рік нещодавно була річниця перша молодіжної ради при Міністерстві охорони здоров'я України.
Recently, the Youth Council of the Ministry of Health celebrated a one-year anniversary, and a similar service was established in the state service of medicines and narcotics control. The youth of Ukraine does very much. The Youth Council and the MOH organized a simulation model, which was the first simulation model for a central executive authority in Ukraine, with over 700 applicants that took part, and the top 25 of them took part in the simulation of the ministry model at the MOH building.
Вперше відбувся електронний розподіл в інтернатуру випускників медичних університетів. Я вважаю, для нашої
I think that for Ukrainian pharmacy education it's a big breakthrough, because according to digital procedures there is no corruption anymore. I took part in this and I was number one in Ukrainian rating, and more than 98% had that place according to this procedure. Also, I want to mention about clinical trials that were implemented before the full-scale war. but were stopped, were paused at the beginning, and now we have the positive trend and harmonization of regulatory infrastructure, high motivation of personnel, and it makes Ukraine a part of European research infrastructure. I'd like to mention a couple of our prominent scientists we are proud of. Roman Lesik from Lviv National University. For 3 years, he developed 20 new molecules for potential medicines. Last year, he was nominated for a Nobel Prize in Chemistry, one of a few nominants from Ukraine. Also, I'd love to mention our representatives of youth councils, a lot of guys who are eager to help our country become better, demonstrate better, higher flexibility, resilience, and openness. Openness to youth and to their voice. So Ukrainian pharmacy sector demonstrated huge adaptivity and resilience in extremely difficult conditions. At the 4th year of full-scale invasion, we have academic professionals, PhD and professors ready to be integrated into European infrastructure. We have lots of R&D, high infrastructure, and it makes Ukraine a very perspective candidate. In my opinion, our cooperation will help to strengthen European pharmacy sector and will help patients get better medicines and treatment for the future pharmacy in Ukraine, and our youth is always open for cooperation. Thank you so much. Igor, thank you. I wanted to ask you, could you give us real examples what Youth Council could do, including your participations, because some skepticists say that councils is like post-Soviet rudiments. Thank you. So what Youth Council did, I'm not its member. I'm a member of an active part, so it's for 1 year, just for 1 year, we had lots of inner and outer projects. Firstly, from Ukraine, there was like Ukrainian first delegation to International Health Organization. Else also a simulation model we are proud of. It's the first simulation model for the because these models are made for also our Youth Council is involved in the issue for looking pharmaceutical professionals in different regions, and the Council makes the legislation base for clinical pharmacology. So we have the Council has a lot of work, and I'm happy about the trend that officials are open to work with youth. Thank you so much. Any questions? No? Okay.
Пані Людмило, тепер же ж цікаво подивитися на себе збоку.
Madam Ludmila,
Ви можете
so
розповісти, будь ласка,
can you
про ваш
please tell us
проект
about
і
your
яким
project?
чином тоді от
So
ви
how-
дивитесь, власне, на
how-
Україну з Німеччини?
How do you
Що ви помітили там,
Ukraine
що ви
from
помічаєте,
Germany?
будучи
So
в
what
себе
did you
вдома?
notice being there, not being at home? I can't hear anything. No, I can't hear it.
А зараз? О.
Oh, yeah.
То ще
Yeah.
раз.
Once again,
Дуже дякую
thank you.
організаторам за
Thank you so much for invitation.
Особисто
Personally,
Марині Слободниченко
to Marina Slobodnichenko
ділитися
for sharing
даними і
your data.
в принципі надзвичайно
And generally speaking, I'm very happy because we are working with one direction and we have the same big aims to see Ukraine and Ukrainian pharmacy prosperous, not now, but in some perspective, in perspective of 10, 20, 100 years. And I'm a representative of science sector, economical science. I have my colleague Natalia Muzareki, who represents our project from München, the legislative part. Seeing it from outside, science has to give objective data. If there are no data, we have some suspicions, and we have a huge field for cooperation. That's why I'm speaking Ukrainian right now. Because being objective means data approach, data-based approach, maximum open and wide and objective data about Ukraine and Ukrainian pharmacy. Our idea was born when we had workshops in München in 2022, when the war started, and Madam Yevhenia Piddubna was an active representative, and we are grateful, and to Darnica company for supporting the ideas and how Ukraine looks like and why others are interested in it. Lots was said already, and to save our time, but for sure we feel lack of open data, open databases about Ukraine, Western scientific society uses. We're trying to fill in this gap. We are asking everyone to share this data with us and to help us not to have this information asymmetry. We heard lots about Ukrainian pharmacy. We're trying to tell the story by means of economic and econometric modeling, basing on long history in Ukrainian pharmacy, which is based even on a deeper level, chemistry level. When I'm telling my colleagues really appreciate that, because we have more than 300 years history. It's impressive and we have to talk about it, and we must say that the thing that can't be bombed, so we have long industrial memory that is somewhere deep inside the knowledge, as Mr. Alexander said.
те, що насправді,
what's indeed
ну, скажімо так, є терою інкогнітою
is terra incognita for Western countries. We, as scientists, being objective, we are maximally using modern economic methodology, are trying to tell the story. I am begging to share the data with scientists, including us, something like that. And how to find her? How to find you? Very, very simple. Where to text, where to send.
Макс Планк Інститут інновацій та конкуренції в Мюнхені,
Людмила Петренко to the University on München. I'm still here all the evening. I will try to
підійти, і якщо можна, якщо готові поділитись даними, інформацією,
I will try to connect you and exchange data. Yeah. During dinner, you'll have lots of work. Please, you remember that at 6 we'll have a nice dinner on floor 22, Sky Bar. So let's plan topics to be discussed beforehand. Thank you so much. Madam Anna, so we started from university and now let's finish with business associations. So what about clinical trials? So how is Ukraine moving to Euro integration? Can catch up with that?
First of all, I will be speaking in English for our international colleagues. First of all, happy to be here to be a voice of business and a part of this panel. At our association and in our committee, we have more than 60 member companies, including international innovation pharmaceutical companies, and we thought that this discussion, this fruitful event that was today, was not full without a discussion about the clinical trials, as this is an important part of the puzzle, important part of the science, innovation and investment in the country. Our members are leading international pharmaceutical companies, and they are among the largest long-term investors in the healthcare sector in the country. And the contribution goes well beyond just the commercial activity. As well, they support and invest patient support programs, health technology assessment, and evidence generation, data generation, educational initiative for physicians, for patients, and as well, one of the largest and one of the important part is clinical trials. And at our committee and subcommittee, we are supporting the best practices and best continuation of the clinical trials in the country. I will allow myself to correct previous speakers because the clinical trials has never stopped in the country, even during the war. I will talk about that a bit later because it has been ongoing and has been a valuable part of the economy, and it is now, and it continues to be. I will present a bit more and talk about what has been going on. Main wartime challenges that has the ecosystem that is presented here on the slides has faced. When the full-scale invasion started in 2022 is, of course, safety of patients, of employees, regulatory challenges, logistics challenges, including different types of logistics that was interrupted, relocation of patients, of employees, of full staff and clinics, communication challenges, and resources challenges. However, the continuity of the research has been preserved, and the quality of data obtained due to 3 pillars that we presented here, and the pillars that were voiced over repeatedly today over all the panels, which are resilience, adaptability, and collaborative efforts. And that helps to continue the research in the country. Here are one of the key points presented, that all governmental stakeholders like Ministry of Health, State Expert Center, ethics committees has been continue to work in. The ad hoc groups were established right at the beginning to coordinate on the ground and to support all these challenges, to face these challenges together. Clinical sites continued work. Quality control as well has been carried out, renewed. GCP trainings, continuing audits of sponsors, etc. Monitoring as well is carried out by sponsors and CROs. Logistics are working, and communication of all participants is ongoing. Some of the successes factors that we believe what has helped, that first of all, of course, in 2022, most of the studies were put on hold or postponed due to the risks. However, due to the fast adaptation, switching to different models, for example, remote visits, risk-based monitoring, telemedicine today as well was discussed, use of electronic tools for data collection, regulatory electronic submissions were allowed, changes in the logistics, including warehouses, rotation, inventory, insurance, supply routing. So all these factors of fast adaptation has helped to partially stabilize the market, stabilize the clinical trials in the country. And since 2023, I will show later the diagrams, there has been a gradual return, growth, and like more stabilized situation, especially in the western regions of Ukraine, as there is a huge opportunity, and there is internally displaced people and need for the care and opportunity to conduct studies. What were as well successes, that Ukraine has retained the main benefits of the market and country as rapid recruitment with preserved quality of data, due to the high qualification of researchers, developed clinical trials infrastructure, and as mentioned before, synergy and dedication of all participants to continue. So that's how, like, comprehensively, in coordination and synergy, the clinical trials and operation around clinical trials were resolved. Our team has been analyzing and gathering data around the situation around clinical trials. At this slide, you can see some statistics and some of the contributing factors down below, what has helped and what are the results. And as we can see, the major ones is that since 2022, the number of newly approved clinical trials has multiplied 3 times, and sponsors of newly approved clinical trials as well is growing. And this is very important, that especially not just the continuation of the previous trials that has been already ongoing, but the new trials are entering the country, and companies are opening the new clinical trials and new areas of treatment and diseases. This is really important, and these are top international companies that are as well presented here, and they continue to operate and to conduct trials in the country, and we see the statistics is growing. As well, we share long-term potential, as there are as well additional clinical trial sites approved by authorities in Ukraine and that are active. And as well, patient support programs are approved by Ministry of Health. This is official statistics. So what is the future, and where are we now? So as Ukraine has fully adapted and retained its potential in clinical trials, and it as well continue to harmonize with European requirements. This is very important part of the work as well, and to align with requirements, and it is as well opening new opportunities for innovation and investment. We continue to harmonize requirements for EU regulation. Most of the norms have already been adapted in the legislation. Full synchronization is expected at the end of martial law. As well, we have started preparation for joining EU CTR, adaptation of processes, preparation of participants to work in the STIS system, and companies are returning, of course, with increased security requirements, as mentioned before, adapting quickly around the situation. Research is concentrated in relatively safe areas. Trends towards decentralized trials as well is quite effective, as Ukraine is actively implementing these models. And implementing as well key changes such as electronic submission of documents, transparency and publicity of clinical trials data, as it was mentioned by previous speakers before. It is very important. Increased safety and ethics standards. And so not just continuing, but making it better. And the benefits of it all is just simplified participation for international sponsors. It's fastest approval, fastest start, fastest inclusion of the first patient, and inclusion of additional patients when other countries faced recruitment problems. And this is really important that Ukraine is showing that most clinical trials were approved and started and marked by companies, that this is a benefit, this is something to be proud of, and that's what we wanted to share as well. So for the future, right, Ukraine will continue, and we hope to clinical trials will continue to adapt, simplify operational procedures, ensure patient safety, and remain a reliable partner for international companies. As we can see on these diagrams, the recovery of the numbers and the growth of the figures from the beginning of the full-scale invasion, and we hope that the scale will grow only up. And what is important as well is the implementation, creation and discussion of national strategy for clinical trials development with all the stakeholders, as this is a crucial part for Ukraine. And as well, we are seeking and looking forward for further collaboration with European authorities and international sponsors to bring more clinical trials in the country, to bring science to the country, innovation, and to continue development and to not just bring it to the pre-war level, but to make it better, to make it more efficient, and to build on those three pillars that we have created: adaptability, resilience, cooperation, and to create even a better system in the country. And we are welcome for collaboration. Here are the QR codes if you want to contact our team and to stay in contact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have one last question, guys, to all of you. I think during the whole day we heard so many words that started with rearrange, relocate, rethink, reinvent, concerning education, concerning how you run a project, concerning how you do trials. After a war is over, what practice do you still want to keep?
So if I may.
I can say the same question in Ukrainian. Друзі, що ми сьогодні багато говорили про те, як ми щось там
We talked a lot today about different approaches, such as changing things or revisiting things or considering things. Which of the experience we've already accumulated would we like to keep each in our field? After the war is over, very briefly, we are running out of time. We run a tight ship. We have exactly 1 minute here, so 30 seconds per answer, not more. I think what I'd like to is maintain the interest towards Ukraine, which is unfortunately, which is a sign of the times. Because of the war, we got a high level. Our resilience was appreciated by the world. Our industrial potential and our human capital, our moral qualities and so on were seen by the world. So what I would like to do is to have this interest and this respect stay with us after the war is over. I think our solidarity. So looking at the faces in this room today, I saw solidarity and I saw support, and we all see support. And I'd like to support this, and I'd like to keep this because you and I, we are all in one boat. Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine, we have been through so much. And I think everyone understands that solidarity is essential. My family is a good example of this solidarity. Even though I remain in Kharkiv, my wife and children are living in Poland. And I understand the support that we get from the Polish people, and I want to thank the Polish people for their support. And I also see support in the pharmaceutical sector as well. Thank you. I think it's the wish of the youth, supported by the state and supported by the paradigm pioneered by the president of Ukraine, the idea that the youth are the guardrails of change, the youth are the avant-garde of change. I would like this to continue, the synergy of youth and expertise to continue growing. Thank you. And the floor is yours. I think the weight of having the closing word is not lost on me. I think I would like to join the previous speakers and say that partnership, the value, I think what matters the most is it's about what drives you, the change, institutions, reforms. It's all about people. And I think what is most valuable is to preserve our people, our collaboration, and our partnerships. What a wonderful closing word. Thank you, dear participants. Thank you, our panelists. Thank you for your attention. And now it is time to thank all of you for being with us during this intense day. I would like to thank our organizers. I would like to, Marina, see what I've talked to you about today, because Madam Slobodnichenko, I'd like to thank you so much for having everyone here today.
I would like to thank Lithuania for hosting this conference. It's very nice to be here as guests, but hopefully next time we can all get together in Ukraine, in Kharkiv or in Kiev. And thank you so much. See you next time somewhere. Дякую.